Okay, I do believe we are live everywhere. Alrighty, cool beans. I'm back, 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 I'm back. Okay. Hello everyone. Incredible greetings everyone. How you doing everyone? Let's talk crafting. Cuz that's what y'all call it. Creating. I know I said before that I felt like I came up with an acronym to not gag at the word crafting, but it is crafting. It's just, I don't have a problem with like crafting, but I guess I feel like the majority of my audience wants to monetize it. And so I don't want to have like put out mixed messages on, you know, crafting for business or monetizing the things that you create and it just being like a regular craft, like something someone does, for personal use. Um, Back in the day, I had no problem really saying it. But when it became this thing where it was what people went to like make ends meet, make money when we had the pandemic and people were just trying to figure out how to bring in income, it just seemed weird to say like crafting and also with the business because I don't consider it crafting when you turn into a business the same way that Nike and Adidas and um, Ed Hardy and all the other brands that make shirts that make um, that make shirts. When Hallmark makes cards, they're not calling it crafting. When was it like every kid speaking with K and Zales and all those or whatever other jewelry store that's out there when they're making customized jewelry and things, they're not calling that crafting. So that was a little bit hard for me to, you know, it was hard for me to adjust to the culture of crafting, like monetizing crafting and calling it crafting, because it's like you're just creating a business. So for me, it's like those who want to have a business, baby, you just have a business. You have a customs business, you have a business where you create keepsakes, you have a print business, you have an apparel business. But crafting was always hard for me. So I still kind of gag when it comes to saying that. But we're gonna talk about some very creative things. Um, as much as I think that my reach has shortened quite a bit and feeling like I'm no longer reaching new people, I have come to realize that that's not the case. I actually have a lot more, newer folks, and everybody that's following me or that finds me, they're not like an OG and has been around because I've been doing this for 11 years. Definitely not new to this. I'm not a pandemic plant where I started this around the pandemic. I've been at this as far as teaching it and being present online all the time, day in, day out for 11 years. Now I have been doing creative things and all those, like all that kind of stuff for nearly 3 decades. I have been designing for nearly 3 decades, almost 30 years. The face may not always look like super, super old, but these grays give it away. I will be 45 this year. So I've been at this for quite some time. And I know there's some that have followed me on this journey, like from my very first video. They have been there, but there are quite a few of you guys who don't know everything that I have to, like everything that I teach. And if I'm being totally, totally, totally honest, I have shied away from it because I have been in coaching programs or communities and mentorships, or I've attended like seminars and summits and things of that nature. And a lot of these gurus and business coaches and things like that, they tend to make you feel inadequate or like you're all over the place, or there's something wrong with business for you if you are great at a lot of things. There are a lot of coaches and things like that who truly live by the notion that you can't be a jack of all trades and a master of anything. Like for them, they'll be like, oh, you're a jack of all trades, but a master of none. And I beg to differ, because your girl is a master at a whole lot of things. The way that I approach things is very unique, and I'm not just dibbling and dabbling and doing all these little things. Like, I've mastered the things that I teach. And there's a lot of people that come to me to be able to get that information and knowledge. So I will be the first to admit that I've had to face, like, I've been facing some imposter syndrome. One, it is from the input of others. And when people kind of tell you, well, how can you have a coaching program if you've never been coached? And kind of leaning into that rhetoric and realizing that it's kind of a like bullcrap. Like, I have certain ones that I absolutely love because of the community itself. I'm not going to say that the lead person there or like that their teaching does a whole lot for me, because in some of the ones that I'm in, I know these things. Like, I'm not new to this. I'm not new to business. And it's like just self-explanatory. And I have maybe a different approach for certain things, but it's still essentially the same. I like being in certain rooms because of the community and the people in there. And especially one of the ones I'm in, like morning meetup, like we crack up. Like today, today was that day where we were cracking up. So I'm just like, I've been in a few, and I've been on this kind of like through this journey of discovery and just trying to figure out my next move, because I'm not gonna say I don't do well with adapting to like change. It's just certain things I have no desire to do. Like this world of everybody just wanting everything handed to them and just wanting templates. That's really hard for me. And not even say templates, like they want edible designs. Like they want you to have all of the design elements in there. They don't want to think about that. Like, I don't mind templates and setting up the sizing for things. I love creating those. It's the design part. It's the AI images. It's those things that the market is going to that makes it really hard to figure out where I fit in, because I just like to teach the fundamentals, because I really feel like it comes back down to that anyway. You can learn all these other things, but then when you're on your own, I'm always getting the people who have the questions of, oh, well, this wasn't explained, but they're expecting me to explain it to them for free. And when I decide to do these videos like this, hey, it's free game. You can ask whatever questions you want. I'm here to help in this setting. But once the camera goes off, once in stream has happened, you can't just come in my inbox and just ask for help and without any type of compensation. Like, you can go find one of the thousands of videos I have done over the past 11 years. And I guarantee I've probably addressed it somewhere, or join one of the classes where you don't have to filter through a lot of stuff. There's a class that's dedicated to just that thing. You're going to find your answer. But I have been struggling a little bit, but I had a couple of messages, and I was a couple, it was, I mean, quite a few. And they were like, I didn't realize you did this, or hey, do you also, like, they're asking questions about what it is that I teach, because they've seen me and like recently talk a lot more about Canva. So SEO is still my program of choice. There were some that were like, well, why haven't you switched to V5? And why aren't you teaching that? Like, they're not seeing the training and stuff for V5. I don't like V5 at all. I don't feel like they have really worked out the kinks in it, even all this time, because I have it on a laptop and I'm just like, this is crazy. I will never put it on my main system. But at some point, I will pull out the laptop and start to teach a little bit from V5, because there are those who are getting the newer machines and you have to learn to navigate version 5. I have had plans to do like my Essentials of Silhouette Studio training. I was going to redo it for version 4. I was going to redo it. I said I'm going to redo it for version 5. So at some point I will do it for version 5. But I've been doing a lot of Canva talk. But then when I guess she went through my content or being on my YouTube, she realized that there were a lot of other things that I was teaching. So did my name change? So no. And that's another thing too. Like, some people, I guess, trying to find me, and there will be, gurus and stuff, there's like, oh, it's too many channels and things like that. I am doing this totally wrong and totally backwards, but my audience has been split. I have 3 YouTube channels. They really were for separate things, but over the years when the numbers drop, I'm not going to lie, like I go and I just stream to all of them, whether I'm talking about specifically Silhouette Studio and I am doing it just on what's called Silaholics Anonymous. That was my silhouette platform. And then we have Honestly Speaking. We started, or we started a business during like the pandemic time where we had sublimation ink and paper. Our product line is called Honestly Speaking. Sublimation paper, ink, heat tape, things of that nature. So I have a channel for that. And then my teaching platform is 365 Creative Academy. And so we have a channel for that. And lately I've just been broadcasting to all of them live, but once the live is done, like this is just to reach my audience in the different places. I do have an email list. I feel like all my emails are going to spam. People aren't checking it, or you're probably somebody who is like me and you have 1,000 emails and you're really not checking for it. So even with my email list, sometimes that's not engaged. So I just take advantage of every opportunity that I have to reach my audience. So I just broadcast to all of the platforms, but I really go by like all of those names. So Shakira the Professor, we have our main company, which is the main umbrella, which is HS Ink 365. Under that is Silaholics Anonymous, which is specifically, how I was teaching Silhouette Studio and Silhouette Cameos. Honestly Speaking, which was for sublimation projects, but we also sell pigment ink, and that is for, like your regular everyday print projects like these. So that's pigment ink. So in that one, there was a lot of craft talk, showcasing things like fans and stuff like that and showing demonstrations. And then 365 Creative Academy is like really like the teaching, the designing, the putting it all together. But we also have HS Ink Digital. Like I separate that for like our digital products. We have HS Ink Designs, which is like my actual designs that I have created and are copywritten. I have the seals. I paid the money for it, like our Black Pledge, our blueprint, things of that nature. And then we have HS Ink 365 Prints. So we have like, I'm not gonna lie, trying to keep up with all of the emails for that and the different things. Like it's a lot. Tax time, it becomes a lot trying to navigate through all of those and where money comes in at. Don't be like me. Like this, I do have to figure that part out at some point, but we have different names because the audiences are different. When I'm teaching, I don't like crossing those lines. So I don't put anything teaching related. I don't show any behind the scenes stuff. I don't showcase my processes when it comes to our HS Ink 365 Prints brand. And on that, like those platforms, they're never going, like, I don't post. Now they happen to find me, but on that particular platform, I don't put behind the scenes. I don't share any of the stuff that I teach because that's a totally different audience. They're looking to get in products from me. So it's a whole lot going on. But anywho, there's some people that just didn't realize it was because I had posted some things about fans, and then like in a couple videos, I was showing fans and I was talking about Silhouette Studio, and they did not realize that I did these types of things. They thought that it was just all Canva. And when they were asking, well, how did you cut yours out? And I was saying, well, I have a cameo. I have 8 cameos and a portrait. So I have 9 silhouette machines, 8 cameos from 1 to 4. I need to get a 5 at some point just to have it. I don't need it. It's not this whole thing of, oh, I want to, upgrade my 4. I don't need it. I just want it just so I can complete the set. And then I have a portrait 3. But yeah, so I was like, let's just kind of have some creative talk, talking about the things of grad season. I have made stoles since 2017, fans since 2017, senior crowns. I do party favors. I've been doing that for years and years and years. I've decorated my own baby showers. My son is 14, about to be 15. So nearly about almost like 16 years ago, or 15. It really is like 15. Of course, you had the baby shower before they're born, whatever. I did the baby shower for that. I created everything for it. I've done it for other people where I'm making centerpieces and accent pieces. We've done like on HSing or Honestly Speaking, and before we changed our brand up, because originally my business was Elite Prints and Elite Events and Creation, so two different ones. I've shown making balloons. So on this platform, like on my platforms, under Shaquille Lavelle and stuff like that on Facebook, I've even shown how to get started with doing balloon decor. I am great at these things. I am great at teaching them. I'm trying to get over the trauma of people telling me that I cannot do all these things. I can't teach all of them, that I'm never going to be able to find my target audience because I'm all over the place, which I guess in this moment, it's kind of true, because people were messaging me from seeing certain things and they did not realize that I teach it. Yeah, there's a lot of things I teach. I'm not new to this. I've been at this for 26 years. I have a lot of game and a lot of knowledge that's beneficial to individuals that are getting started in in so many different areas. And I do my best to try and put that beginner type stuff out there. So just gonna have some craft talk. You're more than welcome to ask questions. I know like earlier today, someone was asking questions about like printers. Hers was specifically for sublimation, but if you have questions and you've had inquiries about printers for just your everyday things, if you wanted to make booklets or coloring books for events, or if you wanted to do obituaries, or if you wanted to do the things, like what printers do you use for that? What's the differences in the ink? I've had several discussions. I think it's far time that I do another one, because I know most people are not going to go back to that video. And then when they see that it's like 2-3 hours long, because I love being on here, I love to teach, I get lost in it, and as new people are coming in, I'm just answering their questions. So some of these videos can be fairly long, and people see that timestamp and they just brush it off and they don't want to watch it. So I just do live videos where I just kind of refresh it and just give people another opportunity to get their questions answered in real time on this whole like craft journey. I see your comment, which means you are on the Facebook page. And so what you're probably talking about as far as name change, I technically did change the Facebook page from Silaholics Anonymous to 365 Creative Academy, because I wanted it to be more so like my brand. I wasn't doing as much of, like, I didn't want to have more than one Facebook business page. YouTube is different, but like on Facebook, I didn't want to try and put a bunch of stuff on 365 Creative Academy and Silaholics Anonymous. Honestly Speaking is there, but I'll never post nothing to it, child. So for the teaching part of it, I just combined them and I made it where it's actually my brand, because Silaholics Anonymous is still very, very connected to a company that does not give me any support. Any videos that I do about Silhouette Studio, Silhouette Cameo Machine, Silhouette Portrait, Silhouette Curio, all of those, they are not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. Every single opinion that I give, every thought that you hear me say, is not because I'm getting paid to say something is great or whatever. Like, you get it raw and honest from me, because every single machine I have paid for, except for the last Cameo that I have, which is the red one. One of my subscribers or followers, or like one of the people I've met through Facebook, like she just gave it to me. She to clear out her storage. I got a white toner printer now, which I still haven't set up. I got another Cameo. So that's the only one that was gifted to me, but everything else I have paid for with my own money. It's not sponsored. They have never sent a piece of vinyl, a mat, a blade, or anything. So everything that I say is from experience, and I don't sugarcoat ish. Okay. But Silaholics Anonymous was still kind of directly connected, and it was suggested that I not use Silaholics Anonymous so much, because it could prevent me from maybe working with other brands and things of that nature, because they would just think that I'm solely dedicated to doing everything Silhouette. So I was like, okay, let me change it out and make it 365 Creative Academy. So that might be the name change that you're seeing, is I just changed it up to make it available for me to have more opportunities. So hopefully that explains that. All right. Okay. So I keep forgetting to share this out. So let me share. Ooh. Shoot, I'm muted. My bad. The crazy thing is, I was saying I'm going to start with these because earlier today I was live and I forgot to hit end stream. So the camera's on. Normally I do hit mute and my mic is muted, but the mic was on, the camera was on. I'm pretty sure y'all heard Zani Mani screaming like he have no sense or whatever. But somebody else was able to see these in the background and they asked me about these as well. So we'll start here when it comes to like Foamboard boxes. These are all like 8.5 by 11 sizes, like they can fit on 8.5 by 11 inch paper. But we're gonna talk about like some Foamboard stuff. And then I'll talk about like maybe fans, some grad stuff, you know, making coloring books and printing and printers, whatever it is that you guys need. Like we're going to, you know, I'm open to talking about and discussing those things today. All right. So how y'all doing? How y'all doing? If y'all can just kind of comment, let's get the algorithm going. It's going to be a little bit off because I literally just did a live video. And whenever you do that, especially on YouTube, it will suppress the next one because I just came off of a live video. And I probably should have just like maybe uploaded a video, even if I just took it down or whatever, just to kind of reset it. But it will suppress it because last time we had way more people that were on. And if they just kind of sent out a notification, sometimes they won't send out another one to say that the person is live again. So we'll see how this goes. But I can tell the numbers are very, very low. Like for me to be on all 3 YouTube channels and the numbers that I'm seeing, that's ridiculous. I don't know what all it's doing over on Facebook because it doesn't show me the numbers because of how I have to do this particular video, but we'll see. Hold on. I gotta. Hopefully that explains that. Okay, so there we go. Yes, I did mute myself. I'm back now. I really need to ask you to do. So yes, we do one-on-ones. Someone says, Professor, I'm missing your face. Life been lifing. Hey, I will keep you in my prayers. Okay. And you can always reach out if you if need be, you know, if you have to take a break from social media, but you want to still be connected, just drop, hey, how you doing? You know? But you can book a one-on-one with me. I try and keep it very affordable. I know this economy is crazy. You know, I do still like to make money. So our one-on-one sessions, my prices are not super, super crazy when it comes to just like learning general things. It's like one topic kind of situation. It's $53.65. If you want to do anything business related and go over stuff for your business, that is $123.65 per hour. But you can book one-on-one sessions with me. You can sign up for that on the website anytime, Monday through Saturday, Monday through Friday. The scheduled time can be after 9 a.m. up until like Mondays and Tuesdays a little bit different because I don't have to go pick up my little cousin because her mom goes. So it's like up until I have to go pick up Zion Imani. So like 2:00 is, or really like 1:45 is the cutoff because we can be on for an hour. Then I have to go leave to go get Zion Imani. And then after that, we have to come home, do all that stuff. So my calendar or my time slots open back up for 6 until 9. And then on Saturdays, the window is 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. is like the window where you can book times. I don't do Sundays at all unless it's extreme circumstances. If you're on the West Coast, you have to let me know that. I do make provisions to where I have to be up a little bit later because I am on the East Coast. So like if you needed to be 7 o'clock your time for the West Coast, it's 3-hour difference. So that would be me starting the session at 10 o'clock my time. As long as that's scheduled ahead of time, I can make that happen so that I can, get Zanyuani to bed, all that kind of good jazz before the session starts. So if you are on the West Coast, I make provisions to be able to do it at a time that is more convenient for you, like what your true evening is, like a 7 or 8 o'clock. Now, I can't never do 9 o'clock your time because maybe that's just too late, okay? But a good 7, 8 o'clock, I can still make provisions to be available for a one-on-one session with you. Or like for my West Coast, sometimes I reserve Sundays to be able to do things with those on the West Coast. But if you're on the East Coast or Central Standard Time, you got to catch me when you can catch me. I'm not doing no 9 o'clock session and you are on the East Coast, okay? But you can book a one-on-one with me. Just go to shop.hsinc365.com. In the search bar, just put help and it'll pop up, okay? All right, so I love Foamboard. If you have followed me for any amount of time, y'all know I have been working with Foamboard or styrofoam and things like that for a really long time. My baby shower, it was a lot of like animal cutouts with like the soft foam, the styrofoam. That's what you can really use the hot knife for, or the hot wand, the styrofoam wand. When it comes to cutting up the foam board, hot knives don't really work because of how you have to hold it. It is like it's heated up and there is an X-Acto blade on it, but it's like you can't really hold it right at the tip to have more control. And people will hold, I can't stand like cutting like that. So these are not great for foam board, like hot wire foam cutters, because there's paper on them. And then if you use the paper on the Dollar Tree version is very thin. The economy Walmart foam boards are thin, but if you go to the more higher end ones, you definitely can't you can't even peel the paper off, because some people be like, oh, well, you'll get the foam board and you'll peel the paper off, and then that way you can use the hot wire. Well, quality foam board, you cannot pull that paper off. It is very, very thick. It's a lot of great adhesive on it. You are not going to be able to just peel that off. But on the cheaper foam boards, yeah, you can, but it's also going to curl. That's a really thin foam. It's not dense at all, and it's not the greatest quality unless you're going to adhere an image maybe to the front and the back to make it a little bit more sturdier and make it sit up straight, because if not, it's going to curve. So those are the things that you have to know when it comes to doing things like foam board projects. You're going to see so many people. There's a lot of people that are starting out, and when you are new to social media and you're starting to put out videos, these platforms will push your content out. They'll suppress a lot of the old school folk and push out a lot of the new things. But because it went viral, because they had a lot of views, even though they didn't know what the hell they were doing, it could probably be the first time that they did this. But because it has all the views, people take that as them being an authority in the space. And they're going to be saying, oh, well, you just get you some Dollar Tree foam, and they'll have these little glue guns. They'll have the wrong blades and all that stuff. And people will use it and they'll start to follow that, and they're not getting great results. It's because there's layers to this. There's levels to this. If you're just doing it DIY, doing it for yourself, you want to save some coins. That's the whole purpose of DIY. Or I always say DIM, do it myself. If you're that I'm going to do it myself type person, go ahead. Use Dollar Tree to save yourself some coins, because that is the whole purpose behind it, and not going to someone who is a professional at doing it and who has put a nice little price tag on it. You want to save money. So use the economy versions and the Dollar Tree foam boards, because you're just probably going to throw it away and things of that nature. But when you're doing it as a business, I I can tell you, there's a lot of people where if they do it themselves, they are okay with it looking janky because in their mind, it's like, okay, well, I did it myself, right? I like if the foam board is warping and or the adhesive is coming up, they have no one to blame but themselves. But the moment someone pays money, even if you were to use the exact same processes that they've used before themselves, they were considering using, you're using the same exact material, same exact stuff. But because you put a price tag to it, you are held to a higher standard. So when that foam board starts to dent, when things start to fall apart, when things start to mess up, you're going to get a bad name because they felt like, well, I paid for this. So when you're taking someone's money, you want to have slightly better quality than if they were to go and DIY it or DIM it themselves. You want to use better quality materials. You want to take your time doing it. You don't want to rush it. I see so many people are like, oh, I'm not paying for a balloon artist with the organic balloons and how much they charge. That is crazy. Like, oh, some people charge $400 for like a small setup, and then you have delivery fee and setup fee, and that can easily balloon to, for this small, setup, you're paying $600, $700, $800, $1,000. And people are like, oh, heck, like I can do this myself. They're going to go and get kits, but they don't really understand the science of blowing them up to certain sizes, keeping your clusters tight, balloons that are not see-through. Like you want something that has a little bit of opacity to it. Like you don't want it to be so see-through. Having the right frame to make it sit up correctly. Yes, anybody can go get the balloon blower. They are a dime a dozen over on Amazon. Now I see quite a few sellers over on the TikTok shop. Anybody and their mama can go get one of those balloon blowers, but the technique for the balloons is different. But for them, it's like, well, shoot, I did it myself. It looked good to me. But if you were to do that as a professional and you charge someone for that, and let's say you produce the same way they did when they DIM'd it, oh, you're gonna be everything but a child of God on these social media streets, because they would expect more. When their friends come, it's like, oh, you paid somebody to do this? Girl, you could have did this yourself. The whole thing of you being a vendor for something, it's supposed to look like it was professionally done. Like it can't look like someone could have done it themselves, because then people are gonna go and start to talk. Well, you paid all that money for this, you could have did it yourself. Same thing with things like foam board boxes. If it comes to like fans and the quality that you do it, if you are going to put serious dollars behind it, it's one thing, hey, I'm just starting out. This is where your prices might be a little bit lower. Stop going into these groups and because someone's saying that they're charging all of this money, you don't know the experience that they have. You don't know how long they've been doing this. You don't know the equipment that they're using. They're probably charging that because their equipment and their supplies cost way more than what you are using. You are starting out. Your prices need to reflect the fact that you are starting out and you don't know what you're doing, and some stuff might fall apart. Because if I paid you top dollar, but I did not get top dollar work, Houston, we're going to have a problem, and you're going to be mad when people bash you online. But you knew that you just learned this. You just found this in a group. You just watched a YouTube video. You just watched a TikTok video. You took somebody masterclass. You took somebody boot camp. You just got the basics of it. And because they said, oh, know your worth and all this other craziness that some of these gurus and coaches say, you want to charge a higher amount. You're looking at somebody saying, oh, well, I charge $200 for this. And you want to attempt to charge $200, but your quality doesn't match it, you are going to get a bad name. So you may need to, start off a little bit lower, like with your pricing or with the thing that, you're starting to build up. You want to make sure that you actually like it. You're going to stick with it before you go and invest. But your prices should also reflect that. But once you go and you are doing quality work and you're using quality supplies and you're not using the little cheapy stuff, and it doesn't look like DIY by a professional, like it's like this is professional work, your prices need to adjust and reflect that, okay? But stuff like this, right? I've been doing these for a long time. I absolutely love it. This was made 2 years ago. I made this particular box 2 years ago, which is why it is all like beat up and stuff. There's nothing like on it. It was just to kind of show the different ways that these can be put together. So I use these as examples and as like prototypes to show the different ways that these can be set up. There's really 3 ways. I don't know what I did. I had the one that was rabbit cut. I don't know why they discontinued it. There is a way to get the rabbit cut look, but you have to do it manually. They no longer sell the rabbit cutter, which okay, it's over here. I was like, I purposely made sure that I had this, but this is the cutter that I'm talking about. I'm showing it, but there's no sense in you going to go look for it. They do not sell these anymore. And what a rabbit cutter is and what it allows you to do is make it to where you do not have any foam. So do y'all see that? There's foam, there is exposed foam. If you try to put a decal or a sticker or whatever over this, it doesn't stick well to the foam. And even if you can get it to kind of stick, you're going to see that line of demarcation. It's different, it being on the smooth part of it and then the part that you have on the foam. And if you are selling it to your customer that way, well, you want it to look like this. So see, when it comes to this one, you do not see any foam pieces on the sides. Whereas with this one, you have the print, but you see the white foam on the sides. Okay, at the top, all of that. So that's what's called a rabbit cutter. That allows you to get this really clean look. Now you have to do it manually because they don't sell the cutter anymore. So you have this look, which I have no idea what happened to the top for this. So that you can see it was clean all the way around. I have no idea what I did with the top. Oh, it's right here. So see, when the top is on, even like this, you don't see any foam whatsoever. It's a clean look. The only place you're going to see foam at, of course, is the window part and the bottom. But the main facing parts of it, you don't see any foam, okay? Now, when you don't have that rabbit cutter and you are dealing with just foam, this is where templates and good digital sellers, like this is what separates good digital sellers and those who just kind of create a thing and they're just going to sell it. If they're not giving you explicit instructions on how they're supposed to be set up. These two, the measurements for certain parts of it are very, very different. Now, with my sides, they're going to be the same because I forgot to do that. I was supposed to do the one, I think I did it with, okay, so I did it with this one, even though this is my jacked up one. This is supposed to be set up where this part is to the outside and where you will see the foam at is in the front. So hold on. Let me grab. Okay, this one. So 2 ways it can be set up. Whether or not you're going to see the foam in the front or on the sides. And those measurements are different if you want the same, technically the same width. So this one is one where the side piece is set inside. So this piece right here is thinner than what this one will be because that goes like the full width of this. So the end piece is like this piece is what will determine that. But if you're wanting like the internal contents to be a certain size, like you have to know the math. You have to know how to properly create that type of template if that is the setup that you're going to do. Same thing with this one. This goes edge to edge. So these, if I were to put like the sizing of them, They may look slightly the same, but they're not. It is very much so different. Hold on, let me see if I can. I'm trying to get off of there. So see that this one is shorter or not as wide as this one. It would be the same thing with this one. And then now the foam is technically in the front. And what happens is if someone did not give you the proper instructions on how their template was set up and how you're supposed to glue it together, you end up with ones that look like this, where you started it one way and then like the front part it's on, but then the back is like this. Your top ends up messed up. You're trying to cut stuff down because you're not following the proper setup for however it was designed. So on this one, if you look at the top of this one, this top piece goes all the way across. You don't see any foam here. Although this does have vinyl on top of it, but it's made to go all the way across. When you look here, you see foam, 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 okay? Whereas with this one, on the sides, you are only going to see foam on the sides. You don't see foam here at the top and bottom. It's a clean panel on this side. The fronts and backs will be clean panels. But now the top, your panel is in the middle. You wouldn't be able to take your print and go like all the edges. Whereas with this one, at least you can take it from edge to edge, and it'll kind of look like it flows like all the way, like almost kind of like a full wrap of it. This is important to know how it is set up. If you are someone that's going to sell templates for these, I beg of you, please include written instructions or visual instructions, like having pictures and diagrams of how it's supposed to be glued together. It's so many people that sell templates and their response is like, hey, I just sell the template. Like, I don't do classes. I don't teach. Like, they're not making videos. They're not giving any type of instructions. For yourself, before you print out anything, if you have a template, even if it has a design in it, turn everything to white. Get like the basics of it. Or if you can't, turn everything to white, print it out in black and white so that you're not wasting your ink. And you want to put it together. Look, dry fit it. Get you some tape. You don't have to glue it. Get you some tape. Yes, you're taking up time cutting it, but that's always great to practice. But put it together. Use some masking tape, some painter's tape, whatever it is, and see how it's supposed to line up so that you know how you're supposed to put it together and assemble it if it did not come with assembly instructions. I am someone where folks keep coming to me for help. They show me the files that y'all are making, okay? I know technically there's really no one who makes these that are watching right now, but you might sneak and watch the playback of it. But y'all need some assembly instructions, because they come to people like me. It's like, I don't know what to do because it's not coming out right. Their stuff ends up looking like this because they don't know how to put it together because no instructions came with it. All right. So that's the first part. Any questions about like Foamboard stuff, what to use, how to cut it? Do you need tips and tricks and things like that when it comes to anything Foamboard? Let me know. Speak now or forever hold thy peace. Oh, when it comes to mine too, I don't do the hinges like people do, like the plastic ones. That's adding extra to it. That's extra cost. I am a create a door type person. I have been doing mine like this for forever and a day. I create doors on the back of mine. You can still fill it. You can do all this stuff. I'm not doing no hinges. So if you're the type of person you need hinges, I can't be the instructor. My templates are not going to work for you because I don't design them ideal for hinges. Mine have trapdoors. Hey, Miss Loretta, how art thou? Going once, going twice. Y'all love to say that people gatekeep and they don't share their secrets. They don't do this, they don't do that. And I'm giving you ample opportunity. If you know that you have wanted to do foam boards, you tried them, you're struggling with them, you suffered with some of these templates, speak now forever hold your peace, because once you come into my inbox, there's an invoice attached to it. And don't get mad at me. I will direct you to book a one-on-one so we can talk about it. Ruggy says, just joining. Well, we were at the topic that we just kind of went over was Foamboard. I started there, but you can ask any question. So I started with the Foamboard, but you can ask. I was just about to say that. So Radhika, she says, I have an ink question. This is an open dialogue, but half the time it's like pulling teeth to get you guys to start putting your questions and for me to just answer your questions and help you on your craft journey. So I'm trying to have like things that I can start with, but then when I don't see any feedback, I don't get it. That's good. Thank you for that. It makes me feel like, okay, that's not relevant to the people that are watching. And it was like, I just spent 30 minutes on that and it was a waste. Maybe people who are watching the playback, they'll find value in it. But while I'm live, it almost feels like it's kind of a waste of like information because that's not something that those who are watching, they're not into like the Foamboard stuff. So I do it just so that I'm not just sitting here like, anybody have a question? No question? But you are more than welcome to ask any question you want. I just started off with the Foamboard because when I left my live stream on last time, someone saw them sitting in the back and they sent me a message about them. But feel free to ask any question. Like this is open dialogue about all things creative, all things crafty, processes. The only thing that I'm not well versed in, I can probably get you the beginner information. I personally don't do epoxy and resin because I suffer from migraines and that triggers it, that smell. So I don't do a whole lot with epoxy and resin and things of that nature. I don't own an embroidery machine, but I create designs and I do setups so they can be digitized. I understand the program and like setup. I understand about hooping and thread, like all those things. So I can almost like get you started and then direct you to some of my really great, like my creative friends who are really, really into embroidery and put you in the right direction. But there's nothing really within the creative space, the craft space that I have not done. Maybe crochet. That's the only thing I think I've never really, really done. I know like the basics of it, but I don't really do crochet. Okay. What are they used for the phone? Okay. So it's different things. I don't necessarily call mine vending machines. There was this whole big thing. Like I've been making these for years, but then there was someone that made the executive decision to put a push thingy at the bottom and a printout of like the vending machine numbers. Because there was someone, they wanted to make that and they took like the little slinkies, they put them in there, put like the little treats and stuff to where it looked like an actual vending machine. So most times you'll see people call these like vending machines. You're going to see a whole bunch of like, you've probably seen a whole bunch of them for Easter. They became really, really popular for like Easter and things of that nature. But I just call it a display box or a gift box. How I end up using one of mine, I don't have it in here. I've shown it before. I made a really, really big one. It was a display box for my son's cupcakes for his class. So instead of just having them just be like out and about or having like a standard cupcake tray, I made this vending, like this, not a vending machine, like this display box for his cupcakes. And they were all sitting inside of that. You can put different gifts inside of here. Some people will take this and they're going to fill it up with more party favors. Like they'll put like a chip bag, a Capri Sun, or Pringles, or Rice Krispie treats. So it's just a display box that has shelves. And it just allows you to put different things in it depending on the size of it. Some people will put full on outfits. They'll put tumblers. Some people use it like as the gift box or display box for their grad things. So inside of a box, they'll have a stole, they'll have a cap topper, they'll have a shirt, they'll have this, they'll have buttons and keychains. You put whatever you want to in this. It's just a display box, a gift box. Some people will say vending machine only because they put the little push thingy on there and the PNG or the JPEG of like vending machine numbers and like the slot for the money to come out. But it's just a display box. That's it. You use it however you choose to use it. Let's see here. Do you have templates for foam boards? I haven't tried the foam, but very interested. Or maybe do you teach how to make the template? So we do. And so one of the things I also said, like I'm after this, I need to convert them over because I have to lean more into the fact that most people want to go to Canva. It to me is still easier to go to Silhouette Studio. But because Canva has so many elements where you don't have to go searching for them, people want things in Canva. I will not be putting designs in them, but I am going to convert a lot of the templates that I have that are set up in Silhouette Studio, because that is my primary program of choice that I design in. I design in Silhouette Studio. I'm going to set my templates up where I can have the Canva versions that will be frames and they can design in it and create their own stuff, like, within it. And I'm going to teach that, or that's going to be a session within my creative lounge. So I got to get back into doing like some sessions for that. I put the post out, but there wasn't really any feedback, or like there was no interest on it. So I said, I'll hold off on doing them. But tomorrow, I probably most likely will spend like the majority of the day tomorrow and like this evening. Like I need to just do it. Like I need to just lock in and spend a couple of days instead of spreading it out, just converting all of, like, not say all of, but the majority, several, as many as I can for the next couple of days, converting them from Silhouette Studio to make them Canva ready. And you can learn how to do that because I'm going to go through the process. As long as you're in my creative lounge, you can pay for a 1-week pass, a daily pass, a month pass, just to be able to have access to like the live Zoom session. Now you won't have access to the replays because, if you only do like a week, well, you'll have access to the replays for a week, but you won't have access to them like long term if you choose to just do a temporary pass to come in and just see the process. But I'm opening that up to where you'll be able to come in and see that process where I will show you how to make it yourself. But as of right now, my templates are set up as Silhouette files. I don't have them for Canva or for Photoshop or anything like that. Okay. Okay, so the next one was, you spoke on it before, but I can never get my colors correct with a converted sublimation printer. Where's the question though? What is your question in that? This is true. What is it that you're asking me though about that? Because you said you had a question, but I don't see the question in there. You just said, I spoke on it before, but I can never get my colors correct with a converted sublimation Epson. What's the question though? Like, what do you, because it's like, it can be a couple different, I don't want to have to go into this whole spiel of breaking down the science of it. Or is that what you're saying? You want me to explain the science again? It's still not going to correct your issue. Is it that you just need to hear the science of it again? Or is there a specific question about a specific design or how you're doing something and how to get closer to your desired results? Like what is the question in that? How can you fix it? You can't. Like, you can't. It's the science of how the inks work. You can attempt to get closer if you are creating the design yourself and you are filling in the colors yourself, what you see on the screen won't match. Like, it's going to look like that is the wrong color when you're looking at it on screen. But when you use what's called color charts, you should have color charts for every single printer that you use, every single media that you use, every single setting that you use. You need to have a color chart printed out. This is for standard printers, sublimation printers, DTF printers, laser toner printers. I don't care what it is that you use. You need to have color charts. Professionals do not pick random colors. We go off of color charts that we can see because every monitor is different. Some people got high-end monitors and the colors are out of this world. There's a lot of backlight to it. Things will look brighter. Things look different on my desktop monitors, my laptop monitors, even MacBook or iMac and my phone. The colors will look different on all of those because they're not calibrated the same way. So you can't just go off of the color on there. You need to see it printed out with your eyes, and hopefully you don't have no eye issues and no color blindness and things like that. You're going to look at this color chart and say, I want the result to be this color. And your design has to be one where you are able to fill in the exact color and like put that hex code in to create that color. Whether you are creating a brush that you're going to brush over something, if you're going to do a solid fill color or whatever, but you need that hex code. Remember, it is going to look incorrect on your monitor. What you will probably have, you will have to end up creating two versions of it. You're going to create a version where it looks good and it looks correct on your monitor, or like if you share it and like digitally, but then you're going to have the print file with the correct hex code. You feel that you do those colors, put them in. When you print it out, there's not going to be any surprises because you filled in that color based off of that hex code. Now, if it was designed by somebody else, there's no way to fix it. A lot of the stuff that's being designed is done through AI. Them colors always coming out jacked up. Designers that never use hex codes, they're just going to a color chart or whatever. They're picking anything and a little bit of change, a little bit too much red in it, a little bit too much green in it. Your screen makes it look good, but that actual code, when you are printing it out or you're seeing it in other places, it's going to be off. You can't control that. You then have to learn how to calibrate your monitor to your printer and that media that you're printing to. That can be a bit of a process. So the only way to fix it and get the right color is you now need to be trained on color profiles and how to calibrate your monitor and have that color profile that when it's printed from this printer with these settings on this paper, this is the outcome. Like, I'm going to get what's on my screen. But you have to invest in the equipment to do calibrations. Okay. So there's no easy answer for it. You can try, like, one of the things that I recommend, I'm always saying to do it, is to create, like, to print out samples. So if you have a design and before you go and you print it out and you just put it on a tumbler or put it on a shirt, shrink that bad boy down. Get Silhouette Studio. It's free. You don't have to have a Silhouette machine in order to use Silhouette Studio. It is absolutely free. You're going to download that and it's going to make it easier for you to shrink things down. You're going to print it out on automatic. You're going to print it out on Epson Vivid. You're going to print it out under the ICM setting. You're going to print it out on Adobe RGB Gamma 1.8. You're going to print it out on Adobe RGB Gamma 2.2. And you're going to see the different results. You're gonna print them out small, press them to a scrap shirt, press them to a tumbler. I recommend having you a set of tumblers, or you can purchase it's like the same material as tumblers, and they're like photo panels. And a lot of times you can do both sides of it. And you'll just use that, and you're gonna, if you want to just see how it's gonna show up on a hard substrate, press those little ones to that. That's going to be a part of like your just like your regular normal operating costs. When it comes to tumblers, get yourself some extra My son really mopped and swept and mopped. I smell fabulous. So he did his chores without me asking. Oh, I might actually take him and get some Chick-fil-A. Like before I get all missy out, hold on one second. I smell fabuloso. Did you sweep him up the living room? I smell fabuloso. Oh wait. Okay, my bad. He's like, I'm literally doing that right now. I smell the fabuloso. Okay. Anywho, what was I saying? That threw me all off. That threw me all off. What the heck was I talking about again? Oh yeah, but to answer that question, there's really nothing that you can do like to fix it other than calibrate it and test out a bunch of different settings. Oh, I was saying just take them, print them out, and see what's going to give you closer to the results that you want when it's an image that you didn't create and you don't really have control over the way the colors are on the design. So if you are just joining, this is just a craft talk with the professor. This is where you can get your questions answered. Those minute questions that you think are just small. Oh, I'll figure it out myself. Don't figure it out yourself. Ask the question, no matter how big, how small it is. If not, I'm going to give you information that you probably don't need. I spent 30 minutes talking about foam boards, and the people that were watching obviously don't give a damn about foam boards because there was no, oh, thank you, that was good. There was no response to the foam board talk. So that means they don't care about foam board. I want to make sure that you are able to get help that you need. If you know that you're not, like, you don't have all the answers. If you're sitting here watching this one, unless you're just watching me for entertainment, you don't have all the answers. You need help. You need some guidance. Ask the question, y'all. I don't know why y'all be scared of me, because I be on other people's platforms and here come the questions galore. Here comes the engagement galore. Like, why I don't even get snippy with y'all. Now, back in the day, like, I didn't care. Like, when I say honest and I was real and raw, like, I'll go and I'm snippy. I don't curse in a good way, but I'm like, I'm not the boogeyman. I don't know why y'all don't like talking to me. So, um, I'm gonna give you time to put in questions. Or not, I'm gonna move on to like the next one, and the next, like, I guess, hot topic, which would be grad fans and things of that nature. So I'll let you ask your questions first, and we'll go from there. Hey, incredible greetings, Star, Diamond, or better than diamonds. Hello, welcome. Oh wait, I called MJ and I don't see. When you print it out, there's not gonna. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, that's how Kev on stage and that chick Angel. That's how their podcast be starting off. I need to go find the rest of them because when I say this is just a couple of ones from last year. I have so many fan designs. I don't know where my box is that have all of my fans. What do I think about Affinity? Can you actually design it? I mean, there's people that, of course, you can design in it. It is a design platform. It doesn't, the way that it's set up and the functionality of it, there are some limitations to it. It doesn't work for me. When it first came out, I paid for it. I have the first version of Affinity Designer and Affinity Photo, which is the equivalent to Adobe Photoshop and Adobe Illustrator. Now you have Affinity Freedom, which it's completely free, and it combines Affinity Photo, which is now called Affinity Pixel. You have Affinity Designer, which is called Vector? And then you have like the publisher version of it. So they've included like all of them. I don't use it on a regular. I got it. I tried to do a few videos when I first got it. This was like 8 years ago. It don't work for me. It's not my cup of tea. So I can never help you design in it, but there are some, they live by it. They love it. It has a lot of the same functionalities as Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop, and the ability to do clipping masks, to put vector mask and fade things off using a brush, being able to do embossing and shadows and glows and things of that nature. For those who have a Roland BN20, using the Affinity Designer or whatever the heck it's called now, you have the same capabilities to do what's called spot colors for your cut contour and your pref cut contour. So I do one-on-one and I do private sessions for those who have a Roland and they are using Affinity. We design or set things up in Silhouette Studio. Then I show them how to like just get their cut lines to be able to send to their to VersaWorks. So I do have some experience in it, and it would be easier to do it, and like if I really wanted to invest the time in it, because I know graphic designing softwares, because I've been using Photoshop for forever and a day and Illustrator. I just have no desire to. Like, I don't need to. I don't have a problem paying Adobe. I can't tell you my price because my price is different than what most people are paying now if I say that. But like, let's say if it was just $9.99 or $19.99, which I think now it might be like $20 some a month, whatever, just for Photoshop. But I don't mind paying that. To me, it's a business expense. It goes on my taxes. It helps reduce my tax liability. So I don't really care about having the program that you paid one time for. I like Adobe. I like the functionality of it. I like the artboards. I like the bridges. I like it's just a lot of features that I love about Adobe. So I am more of an Adobe girl. But if you're not looking to spend the money for Photoshop, then, take the time to learn Affinity. At the end of the day, they both have a lot of functionality. Affinity is not easier to learn than Photoshop. You still have to know how to use both. It can be the same learning curve. You just have to invest the time in learning it. So it's not an easier program to use. It's just a less expensive program to learn how to use. I'm about to put these to the back because they're aggravating my soul. Even behind my ear, they are aggravating my soul. So, hat to the back. Gotta keep. Ooh, that looks, when you really see. I was trying to hide some of them grays because I have hair there, but it looks like I have no edges because of all the grays. And I was trying to mask them, but them little pieces in front of my face were driving me absolutely insane. All right, so how many of you guys are getting into doing grad fans? Pretty much my thoughts. Thank you. You're very welcome. Now, these are all, I think all of these are from last year. Yeah, these are all from last year. But I've been doing this for a really long time. Anyone out there plan to get into doing fans? Algorithm picking up a little bit. Okay, we got a little traction over on the YouTube channels. More and more people are coming in. The longer I stay on, folks are coming in. Okay. Make sure y'all like the video so people can keep it coming in. Let what do people call it? I say TikTok. YouTube know that hey, we like it over here. Send some more people. No one. Okay, we're not gonna do this one. All right. Let's see. What else can we? Maybe you guys are looking to do coloring books or passports with like activities and things like that in it. Okay, never mind. Okay, it was a little late. So Loretta says, yes, I am. Glenda says, I want to. Star says, I want to, but for personal use only. Someone else says, let's do the fan. Okay. Well, I'm not doing, I'm just kind of giving information about it. I'm answering questions that you may have about them. I want to do fan. She said, let me write this again and let me write it. She says, no, let's. Okay. So now I need y'all to engage, speak up, because if I don't hear nothing, I'm gonna move on because I'm gonna feel like I'm wasting my breath. So, okay, no, let's do fans. Okay. She's like, let me write it again. And I'm gonna write fans in big letters. All right. I'm gonna break it down. But with those who are considering doing fans, when you're seeing everyone make these fans and they're showcasing them, have any questions popped up for you where you're, as you're doing your research to get into it, like what questions have popped in your head about fans? We have a huge delay with YouTube. Oh, really? Okay, let's do this. I want to see how long of a delay it is. When you see or hear me say fan, type fan, or when I hold these up, type fan in the chat so I know how much of a delay it is. Fan. Let me see how much of a delay it is. Type fan when it comes across your screen. Oh, that wasn't that long though. That was a minute, not even a minute. I mean, it's a slight delay, but when I said, okay, anybody have questions and no one said anything, that was a good 2-3 minutes probably where y'all said nothing. That's not that big of a delay. We're talking like a 20-30 second delay. That is not that bad. Okay, wait, I'm gonna look at my timer. So put back when it comes across your screen. Back. Okay, so that says a minute, 12 and 50. 1 hour, 12 minutes, 50 seconds. So we're gonna see when it pops up when y'all write back. So that was 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Oh, also we get the ads, then stops you from responding. Oh yeah, I forget about that. The ads are in there because y'all on YouTube. Okay, yeah, so that was like 20 seconds. Now y'all were at 30. Ooh, that was a big one. That was a long time. You may have to also, if an ad comes in, make sure you jump ahead because then you're gonna be off. And yeah, that sucks because of the ads. I forget because I'm trying to get my coins. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't used to do it. Whenever I was live, I would just let it play out. I didn't really put but look, I need my coins. If y'all gonna just get free information and y'all not gonna sign up for classes, I need my little couple of cents. So, okay. So she says, I love all the different designs for fans, but they never really sell in my areas. Stoles, shirts, and buttons are usually the best. Okay. See, here I'm in Miami, and some of the activities are outdoor. So folks my fans are made to really provide wind. Look at that Beyonce wind. Y'all see them braids moving? So mine are really made to give wind. And here in Miami, it's hot everywhere. So people really do like fans. They do pretty well here. And you also don't have to. So here's the thing too, right? try not advertising it as a fan and advertise it as a handheld sign. The craft world calls this a fan. And because, like, for me in Miami, if it's someone that's having an outdoor one, like, fan. Like, these were made, like, these schools here, that this was made for some schools in Fort Pierce. All of their graduations are held, like, at this, like, it's not a fairground, but it's like in this big outdoor stadium type thing. They just have these big fans up. It be hot up in that piece, okay? So you need some fans there. So, like, they have a lot of them, but for some people, they may not connect with the term fan and feel like they don't need to fan themselves. I call them, it does great when it comes to memorials, because when people are graveside, they want something to, when they are in a funeral and people screaming and hollering, even though there's air conditioning in there, they're screaming and hollering, make them sweat a little bit. You want to fan them down, you want to calm them down. These came from like the church fan type setup. But one of the things that you can do to change the narrative and maybe pique people's interest is advertise it as a handheld sign, not as a fan. Handheld sign. Okay? But what was I going to say now? I forget. Okay, let's talk about these for a second, all right? So y'all had no questions. So we said, let's talk about the fans. But someone says, okay, I want to know about the paper. Okay. Thank you for giving another way of saying fans. Yes. If you took my class, I explained that in my class. So y'all got some free, I'm giving y'all free gym, I'm giving y'all some free gyms, but that's how I teach it in my class and that has helped so many of my students is to change how you do it. And now watch how many people now start calling the handheld signs, child. But they always say, oh, there's no originators for da-da-da-da. They've been saying it fans for forever and a day. I have video proof from how many years ago I say, call this a handheld sign. But anywho, so someone asked about paper. That's the only question that I have seen. The rest of y'all saying I don't know what y'all want to know about these because y'all ain't saying nothing. I asked, okay, y'all want to talk about fans, but y'all are saying nothing. I don't know what you need to know, what you don't need to know, because y'all ain't dropping no questions, no inquiries, no this, no that. I saw one that said, what type of paper? She says the fan class was great. It was absolutely incredible. It was amazing. But I saw someone say something about paper. I'm trying to find it. I don't know where it went. But I know I saw somebody say something about paper. I know I'm not crazy. Oh, she says, I'm working and listening. Okay. Did somebody delete their comment? I know I saw a comment that said something about paper. Am I crazy? Am I losing my mind? Oh, okay. That was Glenda. I knew I wasn't crazy. She says, I would like to know what kind of paper you use. I was like, I know I saw something. It's not showing up over here. I had to come to my phone. Are you hand cutting or using a cutter? Although I am a master cutter, okay, baby, I can cut like no other. I'm gonna hold on before I answer that. Just let you know how nice I am with the cutting. Let me show you something real quick. A little sidebar, let's take a little field trip to, oh wait, I forget. I can show it on here. Let's take a little field trippy trip to the Insta of the grams, because I need you to see how nice your girl is if I had to hand cut them. I'm not telling you, I'm nice with it. I'm real nice with it. Okay. But hell to the no. For efficiency, I would never, unless I absolutely had to, like, I've had to hand cut a few, but I'm always use a cutter. Baby, I have 9. Well, now I have 9. But for the most part, I was working with like 4 to 5. Some of them are just backup ones. Baby, I'm not cutting them by hand. The way I'm sending printing cuts to every damn cameo that I have, shoot. HS Ink 365 prints. So let's see here. Let's go. Wait, I gotta present, share screen, entire screen. Bam, share, add to stage. Present, share screen, entire screen. Bam, add to page. Solo mode, and hide and hide. Okay. I got to go down to this under the sea baby shower. Okay, there we go. See, I like these questions. Okay. Thank y'all for asking the questions. I was getting a little worried. Thank y'all for asking. See, now we're gonna be cooking with fish grease. Okay, hold on. I got to find. I'm sorry. I got to keep scrolling. I told you I've been at this for a long time. I got to go down to 2014, 2013. One of them. I've been at this for a long time. So give me a second. Because I can't force it to go. It's taking its poor time getting down there. Come on. I say, come on. Damn. Okay, here we go. Y'all see all of these animals or these sea creatures that's on the ceiling? I hand cut, and they're in several sections. I pieced them together and hand cut the picture first, and then I had to hand cut the foam board. So when I say I'm not new to Foamboard, I truly mean that. This is from 2013. Okay? Hand cut all of that. Hand cut. The little fishy, hand cut. Them A's at the bottom, hand cut. Because this is when I first got, I got my Cameo to be able to do all this stuff, but then I realized I didn't really know print cut at the time, so I was on crunch time. I had just gotten my my very first Cameo. All of this, y'all see these? Then right here, this seashell right here, all them look, it's 1,000,001 fish. I'm not sure if you can see it right there, but that whole thing, it's 1,000,001 fish on this little tablescape. The what's these things called? Don't mind them bows. I ain't do them. Okay, don't judge me on them bows. That was Sharon Hadley, and I was so mad because that nobody care about. I hated them bows. Don't judge me on that. That does not speak well of my design skills as an event planner because Sharon Hadley did that. That had nothing to do with me. Okay, don't judge me on that. But there's like a bunch of little fish everywhere. The amount of fish that I had to hand cut was absolutely insane. And this is blown up. Let's just zoom in. They ain't that big. They are small. Okay? They are small. But I hand cut all of this. So your girl is real nice. If I had to hand cut, oh baby, I can. Scissors and X-Acto knives and craft blades, your girl can work it. But I would not, if you are starting out, if you do not have a cutting machine, and you're not someone that's doing this for business, you're just going to DIM it. So that's my way of saying DIY. You're going to do it myself. You don't need a cutting machine to do these. If you feel like you're very crafty with a knife and some scissors, you can definitely do these with knives and scissors, you don't need a cutting machine. I take advantage of the fact that I have 8 cameos and I'm going to use them all, okay? Because I have business edition, you can cut to multiple machines. I'm cutting the print and cut on a few of them. I'm cutting the backings on another one. That is how I'm efficient in how I do these, because I'm not using one machine to where I'm cutting the print and cut part and then I have to still cut the backing. So I like having my machines where I can do the print and cut on 1 or 2 machines, and I'm doing the backing on, I might do 1 for those. I like doing those on, this is when I'm doing my fans, I'm not going to lie, like I will use my 3, because the Cameo 2, the Cameo 3 have what's called repeat job. The Cameo 1 and the Cameo 4, they do not have repeat job. So when I have to do a bunch of these, like I will just send the design to those. I don't have to go back. I keep going back to the computer to resend it. So if I'm doing like a set of, because their minimum is 6 if they're doing the small ones. If they're doing the large ones, the minimum is 3. So if I'm doing a set of 6, I'm doing a set of 12 fans, I can put the paper in there, it cuts, and then when I load the next paper, let's say I'm over there doing something, all I have to do is hit repeat job. So that's when, like, so for any of the background ones, like I try to use my machines that I have repeat job on. I hate the fact that the 4 doesn't have it, because I have 3 4s and I can't do repeat job on none of those. And that really pisses me off, which is why I kind of want to get the 5, because the 5, they brought back repeat job. Baby, repeat job it's like, I'm gonna say, like, that was a lifesaver. Like that was one of the main things to efficiency in my business and being able to pump out a bunch of different things. Because even for the print and cut, like I can go and not have to really go back and know, like figure out, because I have so many cutters. If you're not careful when you're going in to send it to a cutter and you're not on the right machine, the registration marks will be the same, but the cut might be something different, and you're going to end up cutting the wrong thing. Like it'll read the registration marks, but it's going to cut the wrong thing. So I still like the repeat job, because even when it is a print and cut, if you are on a machine that has the repeat job function, you put that new print on there and just hit repeat job and it remembers it. So I was pissed off when they didn't have repeat job, because I got 3 Cameo 4s that I got to constantly manually send shit to. Anywho, but yeah, so that's to answer that question. I use a cutter for precision cutting, but there are times where I have to hand cut. And because of the way that Cameos work, you have your registration marks, but you can have part of your design sit outside of the registration marks. Oh, back up. That is also another reason why I personally cannot go to version 5, where that will be my primary version of Silhouette Studio. Because in V5 with the Cameo 5, they changed the print and cut and they made it more like Cricut, where it has a full box. Ain't nobody tell them to change that, because ain't nobody request that. It don't make for, if people were getting jacked up cuts, the fact for you, Silhouette America, the fact that you didn't tell them people how to get accurate cuts, you could have brought me on. I could have instructed your people on how to get accurate cuts, because baby, my cuts be accurate. Ask those who took my print and cut workshop, okay? I taught them how to get accurate cuts, perfect every single time, okay? But because so many people were complaining about not accurate cuts, they wanted to like make it thicker. They made this whole big box for print and cut. I cannot use that, because I go outside of my registration marks all the time, okay? All the time. It will still cut everything else. And that one small section that I leave outside of the registration mark, I hand cut that part. But when you have the backing that doesn't require, registration marks, that gives me the full cut. So once I have that, I just lay it on top and I kind of use that as my guide to cut the red, like to make sure that it's accurate. But I use, my cutting machines, and I take full advantage of like the full space. All right. So there's that one. What paper? If you are somebody who is just making this for yourself, you are not selling them. You can use a wide variety of things. Okay. These are glossy. This is glossy photo paper. You have to also think about your printer and what your printer can handle. This is Koala brand. Koala brand has lost their ever-loving mind. They have changed their formula for their paper because for certain printers, it scrapes off. So it's really hard to say like, okay, use this paper because I don't know what printer you are using. This is why you should be in my creative lounge. I'm going to start that back up, but it's like, hopefully y'all come to the sessions. I stopped it because y'all are paying for it, but y'all are coming to the sessions where we can talk about exactly what printer you have, what's going on with your paper, and help you troubleshoot it and choose the right paper, because I can recommend Koala brand to you. But if you have a printer that doesn't do well with ink on it, when you print, it's going to scrape off. Certain pigment ink printers and the pigment ink that you're using, not even just the printers, the pigment ink that you're using, because all of them are not created equal, it will scrape off of the glossy paper. The colors, blacks don't do well for some, like if you're using a, what's this thing called? What's this thing called? A dye-based printer. If you're using a dye-based printer that does not have a photo black, which is pigment ink, when you print it out, it is going to be grayish. It's going to look weird. It's going to look, your blacks don't come out black, and they come out purplish looking sometimes. If you have a dye, if you have experienced that where you print out a lot of black and it ain't blackened, put it in the chat. So you have to diagnose like your printer, the ink that you have, and the paper that you're using. You may have to go through several brands. I can live by and love Koala, but it may not work for your printer. These are all printed on Koala, but there's a lot of different like brands. I'm a paper hoarder. I test out a lot of paper. Those who take like certain classes with me, I end up showing them like all the different papers that I have, all the different brands that I have, all the different sticker paper brands that I have, because they're all different. I test out a lot of them. Now, I ain't gonna give y'all all the sauce for free, but when people take my classes, I show them all the different papers that I buy and what the results that I get from each of those papers. Now, if we're talking about Koala brand, it comes in a wide variety of thicknesses, okay? From 28 pounds, 32, 48, 56, and 62, 60 somebody. Every printer can't handle that heavier paper. So you will need to do what's called matting. You might use a lighter paper for the front, but then you're going to glue it to a heavier paper to make it sturdier. The type of glue you use is a big component to what paper you use. You can't use thick glues or wet glues or ones that will leave streaks and you're using a thinner paper, because you're going to see that. But if you're using something like a Xyron, a sticker maker, and you're going to run it, that thinner paper through it, and it's putting like a full layer of adhesive on the back, it kind of works with that. But certain liquid ones, you're going to see all of those imperfections. So you can't use a thinner paper, but your print will not be able to handle a heavier paper. You're going to get jams. So that's going to be the first thing. You have to figure out what your printer can handle, which is why for our company, my first business, when I really got into selling things, was supposed to be like want some sample. We were selling sample packs because I buy a bunch of different paper just so that you don't have to go out and spend all this money on all of these packs of paper that may not work. we sold, and I thought about going back to it, but we sold sample packs of all of the different papers. Please hold. Okay, he said sorry. But we sold sample packs of different brands of paper, different weights of paper. That way you were able to test it on your printer before you invest in full packs. Let me know if y'all would like for our company to go back to doing that. So you don't have to keep buying all this paper. Like, we buy them and then we just, you're paying less for it because you're getting a few sheets of each size, each brand, stuff like that. All the ones that I recommend, okay? Or that I like. Actually, I even know it wasn't just ones I like, because ones that I did not like, I still put them in there, because your print, like if you have an HP printer, your HP printer might like this other paper other than like this one. So, anywho. So paper wise, it's going to be trial and error. I am more of a matte girly. I love a good matte. I like matte because they photograph better. You don't get glares when you're trying to use ring lights and outside lights, or you may have your light, like when you have glossy paper, those light rings show on there. So I prefer matte. I love a good matte paper, but I use really good matte paper, and I use a pigment ink printer. If you have something like an 8550, or you have a HP, anything that's dye based, you can't use matte paper, because it's going to soak into it. It's not going to be really vibrant with the dye-based printers compared to pigment ink printers. I am a pigment ink girly, okay? I love pigment ink printers. I have some dye. I have 2 Canon dye ones for certain things because they work well on glossy photo paper. So I do have some dye-based printers, which are Canon. I don't have any Epson ones. I will never ever buy an Epson EcoTank printer ever again. So depending on your printer will determine which paper you use. But these are all made with Koala. And then the back is just a really cheap 80-pound or 110, just depending on which one I picked up. But a lot of times it's the 110, but the heavyweight, like the 100-pound paper, it'd be aggravating trying to cut it out because it's so thick, and you have to do like several passes with it. And sometimes they mess up, so they can be a pain in the butt. That's why a lot of times I'll just default to my 80-pound one. Even though the 100-pound one, I want to get rid of it, and it provides a little bit more sturdiness to it, especially if I'm doing them. So the way that I teach these, there's 2 ways that you can do these fans, really 3 ways. Okay, it's this one. And I'll do this one. Okay. From the front, actually, no, let's just do these 2. In looking at these, right? Do these look the same to you? And I told you, I hate that glare. This is why I don't like glossy paper. I hate the glare, okay? But do these look the same to you? Like do they look, they both look like the same quality. They still look, both of them look good, right? When you're looking at it from the front. Yes, no, yes, no, maybe so. Okay, someone says that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Okay, we might go back to doing that. Okay, so they look the same. They are not the same price-wise and technically quality-wise. When I'm making fans, people have these as keepsakes for years because I have an internal boning to mine. I don't just put the front piece, a stick, and a backing on it, right? I like when you look at my backs, you don't see anything back there. You can probably somewhat see I put craft sticks. This is not going to bend. Okay, this is solid because of how I make my fans. This is our higher cost one because it's very sturdy. It's meant to be a keepsake. This is our economy fan. Quality of it looks the same, but the process to make them are totally different. Want to know what happens with this one? Difference. They don't really care about these. They just want a handheld sign. It ain't gonna really have. I mean, it got, because it bends. It got a little wind to it. It probably has a little bit more wind than this one. This one got some wind to it because it's going to bend and flex. But they'll probably just throw these away because it's gonna get bent up. It's gonna be folded up, and it ain't gonna really last past graduation day because there's no boning to this. It's just, well, this one has a print and I still did the backing for it, but it doesn't have any boning and it doesn't have like the real backing like this. And what this thing is called, the stick, is just glued to it. And because I keep doing this example, it has pulled away from it. And that's what's going to happen. Now, if you go and you're offering these to your customers and it's like, okay, this is a sturdier one, this is a disposable one, like you are advertising this one as disposable, you don't have to put a lot of effort into this. You can sell it for a lower cost than how I make these because these take work. And this is a keepsake sign, a keepsake fan. This is an economy one and disposable one because it ain't gonna last very long. Okay, because I did not put it. We printed it, we cut it, we threw a stick on the back and keep it moving, shouted. Two different things. How do I advertise the difference? Keepsake, disposable. Keepsake, disposable. Keepsake, disposable. Quality, economy. Quality, economy. I don't use a yardstick. I don't know. Girl, I ain't remember where these craft sticks. I'm not weighing these. I don't know. They're standard sticks. She says, what's the yardstick? I don't know the way to them things, girl. It's just a stick. I don't care about that part. Because that's not what's on the inside. There is, like someone said, they have ribs. They have boning in the middle. And that's still just regular craft sticks. I have a wide variety of them. I have regular sticks. I have jumbo sticks. I have giant sticks, depending on how big the item is. So even with these, they have boning. They have a skeleton in the middle. Okay. So again, with cardstock weight, they come in different ones. I don't know what your printer can handle. There is no set size. If you have a printer where it struggles with pulling in heavy cardstock, you may not be able to use the 69-pound cardstock. You may have to use the 58 or the 40 or the 32. But then that's going to, well, even with those, I still always put a backing. All of these. So, okay, this right here is made with 3 layers of cuts. The print and cut. The print and cut has a, let me see if I can. The print and cut has a backing. So here's the print and cut. Here is just a standard cut. Those two are glued together. And then the stick and the boning is put on there. And then, hold on, I'm trying to. And then there's this one, which is a really thick paper. So this is, I forget, I don't even remember which weight this is. I'm trying to feel it. This might be a 50. It's not a 60. I know that much. It might be a 50 or a 40. This right here, I know for sure is an 80. This back here is 100 pound. So there's 3 layers of cuts and the boning in this one. This is the print and cut, and I'm gonna try and split this one because that one was purposely split. Let me try and split this one. I have to find somewhere to split it. Okay, here we go, right here. This is a print and cut and the backing. This particular one I put through my Xyron, and it's just one adhesive piece on the back. Because I feel that on the edge. And then the backing is put on it. So there's no hot glue or anything like that. This one, these are, well, sometimes I use hot glue, but for the most part, I use liquid glue. I'm a liquid glue kind of girly, and I use a brush, and I will brush liquid glue on the back because it creates a stronger bond. Most people, when you're watching them, they're just going to use a hot glue gun, but that leaves like little, especially what they're using, it leaves the little bumps. I use a glue, whenever I am gluing it, I use a glue gun that is 300 watts. Baby, I think it's powerful. I don't use cheapy glue sticks. I'm using really quality glue sticks that have a high melting point so that when I go and I'm using it, it's not solidifying in 2.5 seconds. As soon as it hits the paper, I have a lot of working time. And when I put my backing on, I'm able to smooth that thing out. You are not going to see any humps in the bump, lumps in, you're not going to see any lumps and bumps from glue on my items because I use, like I said, 300 watt glue gun. I'm not using a little cheapy 80 watt Dollar Tree, Walmart, the cheapest of cheap from Amazon. My glue guns cost anywhere from $75 to $120 some dollars. And I use really good quality glue sticks so that I don't get those little bumps and things. Okay. So that's part of it. I also use, but I mainly use liquid glue. Now, you guys have probably seen me make some, and I will use like tape runners. I will use hot glue for the sake of videos because I know that if I show the process of painting it on, which I've done some where I'm showing like me brushing it on, y'all will probably be like, y'all gonna go to the instructors that's telling y'all how to do it the easy way because in y'all mind it needs to be done quicker. For me, I like quality, so I choose to do it that way. I prefer liquid glue. It's a better bond. Let's say it's so many ways that you can do them. There's not one way of doing it. Whatever supplies you have, start with that. But once you decide that you want to monetize it, you want to choose the method that matches the quality of your brand, what you want to put out there, if that makes sense. All right. So, you can use anywhere. I never use a 28 pound. Some people will use the 28 pound paper, but they're also going to laminate it. So they're okay with using the 28 pound because then they're going to put a 3 mil or a 5 mil laminate on top of it. So what is your process? All right. You determine, how you want to do that, but there's no set weight that you have to use. What does your printer handle? What does your cutter handle? And whether or not you want to do extra steps like laminating. If you're going to laminate, I do not recommend using the heavy weight paper because if you're going to print, laminate, and then cut, you're now trying to cut through a thick laminate and thick paper may not be give you the best result. So if you're going to laminate, I do not recommend that you use heavyweight paper or do a lot of testing to figure out what's going to be the right blade depth, the right pressure. If you have to do 2 passes, you have to do 3 passes, 4 passes to get through it. You want to test that out first. Okay. My phone went out. I got to go back on here so that I can see your comments over on Facebook. Okay. Are the ones in your hand in the design vault? I believe so. Now, the part that you will get, though, you're not going to get this font. And I think yeah. Because I don't remember. I don't think that one. No, it might be. I think I did put it on there, and I said that you have to have Creative Fabrica, and I want to say this is Cold Warm is the font, but your font wouldn't match. Like you would have to more so do it like this one, where you're just going to use like a random font. This one, the font on the side is the same font that these are made with, but you get this part and this part, and then you and like, yeah, so all of the elements in the middle part are in there. You just don't have, you won't be able to do this and this part right here. Of course, you put your own school. It's just, so yours might look different depending on how you either do the school or like with this one, because I put the school crest there that said the school, I just put her name at the bottom. But these have been in there. These have been in there for a long time. All of these have been in there for years. Okay, let's go back up. She says, I'm guilty. I'm not sure what that was for because that was a while ago. That came in at 306. It is 326. And you didn't charge what it would cost today. Well, that one technically was my niece. So I ain't get paid for that at all. But yeah, definitely what I was charging in 2013 and showing what I was charging what I'm charging now. Supplies cost more. My profit margins are probably about the same, but the prices change with inflation. I would like to know how many handheld signs to sell as a package. Well, I don't know. That's up to you. I will tell you, for me, my minimum is 6 if you're doing the smaller size, 3 if they're doing the larger ones. I don't put them together as a package because if they want more, I don't want to have to do separate listings or do like, this is the baseline. And then if you, because they just want to add on 2 more, like let's say it's 6, they really want 8. They'll just need like the minimum that they have to do when they're on my listing is for that small, they have to put 3. That's the minimum. 3 is the minimum. But if they want now like 4 sets, they can just put 4. So I personally don't do packages. I've had discussions about that. We've talked about this in creative business. I help people. I train them. If you want to do bundles, we talk about pricing, how to put them together, all those things. Shakia, HS Sync 365 prints. We don't do set bundles. I can create a deal, and once they tell me everything that they want, if discounts are applied, and especially when it comes to design, things of that nature. But I don't do bundles. I don't do packages. That is a personal thing I even say personal. Well, it's personal to our business. It's a business choice for us. We don't do packages. Not saying that you can't. We don't do packages. Not saying that I can't help you develop your bundle or your package and make it to where it's profitable for you. My company don't do packages. Okay? So there are some places where they don't really need all 6, right? Because they're not even getting that many tickets to graduation. A lot of the schools here, you're getting 4 tickets, okay? You got to go and beg and plead and borrow to be able to get more tickets. It's not the whole, your entire family gets to come. You 12 deep, you 15 deep. That ain't the case for everybody here. There are some people where they're like, okay, well, if it's the minimum, I have to get 6, I'll give them away, but it's only 4 of us going. It's only 3 of us going. And it's like, do I really need one for the little kid or whatever? They don't need all of them, but they're forced to get them because I'm not making them. Or if they are adamant on they only need 4, I charge you more. I'm not about to go and make 4 of these for that same cost because it's just a waste of my time. So I have had some people, they pay the upgraded fee to get less. Yes, that's a thing. You are going to pay more to get less because if I say my minimum is this, it is for a reason. So if I now have to make less of them, you have to pay a fee for that. Yeah. So don't people that be like, it's most of y'all learn from people that tell y'all give more and give this. Who? You're gonna get less and you're gonna pay me more and play them games. If you want one, the cost of that is absolutely through the roof. If all you needed was one, you're gonna pay a premium for that one, right? But for small ones, I never do one. If you want one, you can only get my larger size, and it's a premium cost to get one. So figure out for like, if you're going to start locally, what's the average number of tickets that schools give out, and maybe start there. As far as like building out some type of bundle or package. Once you are making them and you're seeing what the process is, you'll be able to determine what your minimum is, and you're going to bundle that together. So you may have a price that says, for 6 of them, if you're doing small. Well, I don't know what type of printer you have. The reason why I do mine that way is because I print to 11 by 17 paper. So for my small, I max out 2 to 11 by 17 sheet of paper. Now, if you're printing them 1 by 1 on 8.5 by 11, you're going to have to determine that. Now, I can help you determine the right way to do that if you're in my creative business program, but you're going to have to determine that part for yourself. I print to 11 by 17. I don't print nothing on 8.5 by 11. I'm going to maximize my time. Like, I'm going to maximize my effort. So I'm going to put it on 11 by 17, and they get 2 on there. So you will have to determine, with you making it, how you're going to print it out, cutting it, how many machines do you have, what's your capacity. We've been talking about capacity in our creative business program because that's really important to know how successful you're going to be. You got to know what your capacity is. Once you determine that, that is how you're going to determine what's going to be the best number to put in a package. Let's see here. I'm out of focus. Let's see. Okay, over here the questions were, oh, my mama gonna get me. Best printer options for fans, price points, and sizing. Okay. I did answer the one as far as the ones in my hand are those in the vault. Okay, hand cutting them. Okay, so what was it? What was again on this one? It was best printer options. So you can really, again, it depends. Like, any printer can make these. For me, I'm always going to say, if you're in business and you're doing this as a business, you need a printer that has 4 separate cartridges or 4 separate, of course, when it comes to EcoTank, they're going to be 4 separate chambers. If you have a printer where there is 1 black ink and then 1 cartridge for color, you don't want to do that in business, because if you have something like, let's say this is going to use a lot of cyan and a lot of magenta because there's a lot of purple here. There's barely any yellow, but if I end up printing out too many of these, it's going to say that the color is like it's empty because it's using up so much of the cyan and magenta, but it's not using a whole lot of yellow. And there's times where you're going to do something that has a whole lot of pink. You're going to print those. That's going to run out because that cartridge only holds so much of the pink ink or magenta ink, and it's going to run out. But when you have individual channels, whether it's cartridges or, of course, using an EcoTank, you're able to just replace that 1 color. So that's going to be the first thing. If you're going to move into doing these for business, you're going to monetize it. One of your first investments needs to be some sort of printer. If you already have a Lexmark, you have an HP, or any of those that only have 2 cartridges, you need to invest in something that has at least a 4 color channel, like four channels. Each one has its own line. Okay. That's going to be your first thing when it comes to printers for doing, especially something like fans that are heavy on ink. You using pigment ink or dye-based ink is up to you. At one point, I was exclusively dye-based ink. I mean, child, please. Pigment ink. because I have my Epson 7720s, my 7710s, my 7620, my 7610s. I am a pigment ink girly because pigment ink is waterproof no matter what you put it on. So with me using matte paper, it's still waterproof. Photo paper is waterproof when you're printing with dye inks. So if you have a dye-based printer and you are printing on coated paper, it can get wet and it's not going to run, which is why you can print with the 8550, things of that nature, 1500, 15,000, 2800s, 48, 47, whoever, whatever, and it'll be fine. I have gotten 2 Canon printers that are dye-based inks. I love them. Like, that's what I print my booklets out with. Okay, I print my booklets, and this lighting don't do this no justice. This little ring light, because that's not the color of this. This is a really nice, pretty chocolate brown. But like my booklets, like my passports, little coloring books, I use, whenever I'm using photo paper, I'm using my dye-based printers because they come out a little bit better. You have a little more shine and sheen to them when you're printing them out on the glossy photo paper compared to the pigment ink, because it sits on top. It's not like, you don't really get, it's almost covering the sheen of the glossy paper. I mean, this one got a lot of gloss to it. I can't even say it because this does have a lot of gloss to it. And this was printed with my Epson printer, but this is also printed with Honestly Speaking ink. When I print from my Canon that has pigment ink, I don't get as much sheen and gloss to it from my Canon pigment ink printer. But Honestly Speaking ink is really great, and it be doing what it needs to do. This was printed with our brand of pigment ink, Honestly Speaking pigment ink. Okay. So as far as printers, it's going to be whatever printer you have. But she says, never thought of that because I do use my HP, which has 2. Now, some people will justify it in that they have the HP with the, what is it called? Insta ink. And it's going to, like, you're constantly getting like that replacement, but you also have to keep that subscription. It's based off like how many prints and stuff, but they only have 2. So it's a little bit different if you have the Insta ink, but you'll probably see that some people don't really think of it because they're like, oh, well, they're always sending me ink, but you're going through a lot of that. And the time frame, like to go and like change it, like, it's not a long, but you're doing that too many times. It messes up like your flow. And it's not just like printing out. So if you have Insta ink, you may not realize it as much as someone who has to go out and physically buy cartridges. Insta ink is a little bit different because a lot of the Insta ink printer, like a lot of the printers that have the 2 colors, they're under that Insta ink program. So yeah. What else did she say? I gotta keep that one up here. She asks printer options, price point, and sizing. It depends on the printer that you have. Like my Canon printers don't have the same margins as an Epson printer. That's one of the downfalls of now having like Canon printers are my like tank printers because the margins are different. Epson printers just by default, like they have a really thin margin. They give you more print surface. The standard margin is only 0.125 around the edges, whereas a Canon is 0.25 around the edges. So it's a really thick margin. So you are now limited in how much space you have to be able to print. So that's going to determine the size of your fan. If you are someone that only has a small format printer, you have to consider your registration marks and your print margins. So if you're going to hand cut it, you get a little bit more space, but you also have to hand cut it. If you're going to use a machine, you have to think about like Cricut machines. It's going to tell you, like Cricut is telling you what your max is for 8.5 by 11 inch paper. You can't go outside of that. At least with the Cameo, I can go outside of those registration marks and it still prints, and I only have to snip away a little bit. You can't do that with Cricut Design Space and with Cricut machines. One, your bounding box is a full box, or no, did Cricut change to the corner boxes. I know one point it's like it was all the, but I know with the Cameo like V5, it went to the full boxes, and I can't stand that. So that's going to be the determination for your sizes, your printer, and what your cutting machine can handle if you're cutting it. So we offer technically like 4 different sizes. We have our smalls, whatever size I can fit 2 of these. So these are all smalls, but they're also different because this one is slightly shorter based off of the way this is designed. This is shorter than this one. But if we turn it around, this one is wider than this one. So it's based off of the design. And however, I can fit 2 on a page because I only use wide format printers. So I can fit 2 on a page. And I have, I'll use like on my 11 by 17. We have, well, before I had the 24-inch printer, and I can print my 12 by 18, but I also have to hand cut. Well, I can still print the 12 by 18 on this one as well, but I have to hand cut those if I wanted this size. I don't really advertise that one. So that's like the small, large, or like medium type like ones, and I can go look a little bit bigger. And then because I have a Roland BN20, I'll do like my 18-inch ones. That's the largest size that I do. And those I have to pretty much hand cut regardless, because even if the Roland cuts the adhesive vinyl, once I put it on foam board, I still have to hand cut that anyway. So we offer 3 different handheld sign sizes. Okay. That's up to you. On what size you use, like what size you make them and how you have your business set up. But that's how I do my size. So I don't have a set size for these. Every design is different. So we look at this one, and this one might be the same height. So yeah, these 2 are the same height, but they're not the same. Are they the same width? Kind of, sort of the same width. But if we look at these 2, they're not the same. And then this one, her circle is wider. Like this is different. Oh, wait, wrong way. This is different than this one. They're both from the same baseline one, but this doesn't have like this extra piece here. But the width, I couldn't go past like that width. So this one is shorter than the one in the back. Their width is exactly the same. Their height is different because there was a max width based on me maximizing it on my paper. So I can't ever give you a set size. And this is what I teach as well. It's going to be based off of your template, your design file. Sidebar, call me a hater if you want to. I really don't care because y'all don't pay my bill. Well, kind of, so you do pay my bills. That's wrong because y'all do pay my bills. We got to take class and stuff. But for the people who are going to complain, y'all can call me a hater all you want to. I'm going to say it like it is. Some people, when it comes to designing these templates, are designing them for what looks good on their screen. They do not even make fans. I asked somebody in a group, did you print this out and make it? She was like, I don't make these. I just create the designs. I mean, thin air. No cut. You're going to cut this with the machine and that part's going to get cut off. You don't even have any space to like glue it. Like it's a fragile area. It's a compromised area. You designed this and it's not ideal for cutting. Like, who did you make this for? Then I'm seeing the ones where they got senior or they have grad going all the way across. They got the people leaning to the side like this. They also added Polaroids to it. You've made this design where it has all this stuff. Once you go and you max it out, it's going to be short as hell because you made it so wide and it's not proportional to like the height. So now you got a fan that look like you should be Actually, somebody did do that and they held. And I say, oh, look at the cute little baby fan. It's about a good 4 inches. That is definitely just a little mini sign. That ain't fanning nothing. It's a mini sign. It was so cute. Cause she literally had to hold it like this. She had the little stick on it. She was holding it like this. It was so cute though. It was really, really cute. Some of these designs ain't made to be fans because y'all got too much going on. And if you've never printed it out, you will never know that. There are some people now, they just feel like, oh, the digital world is the best. I'm going to make all this money. But because they have never printed it out. One more people that I love is, what's her name? She do it like this. Crafting with Belinda. She doesn't really do the end user stuff. But for her templates, Belinda prints her issues out. She cuts her stuff out. She knows the size of it, okay? Crafting with Belinda. She does the work. It's a lot of other digital folks. They just making it and they're not cutting it out. They're not printing it out. And when you get it, you sell it to them. And because you're not responding back or you block them when they ask a question, they coming over here to me. So a lot of y'all, I have y'all templates because they had to come to me for help. So they sitting in my database and I'm like, oh, these so cute. No, I'm not stealing your stuff because, baby, you ain't got to worry about me taking your stuff, your ideas, because, baby, I've been coming up with ideas. It's stuff that's mine and I'm the pioneer of it and people have been using them. It's one design, seeing all the variations of my flag one and my one that is, hold on, I'm going to go back to this real quick. I got to go back up to 2017. One of them, child. I got to get up there. Hold on. A change is coming. Hold on. Don't worry about a thing. Hold on. Well, damn. Okay, wait. That was my wedding. That was 2015. So I'm getting closer. And okay, right here. Told y'all while y'all be trying to get new designs, I just showed y'all that same 2008. I've really been using 2017. I've been using the same designs, same layout since 2018, and they still sell like hotcakes. Okay. Oh, wait, no, not that one. This one right here. Oh, the number of people that have recreated versions of this. It's so amazing to see, how many people have recreated, which is why I said I have to do. And I'm not like mad about it because I only had the silhouette version. So someone originally took it and they made a Photoshop version of it because I did not have a Photoshop template because I didn't create it there and I didn't really feel like converting it. And then now I've seen that someone has taken it and they have made a Canva version of this. So I got to kind of put mine out there. That one. And these are not mock-ups. These are the actual pictures. These are not, again, hear me when I say, these are not mock-ups. These are the actual fans. But when you know how to take pictures, you know how to arrange them, and you know how to add shadows and know how to probably take them, it looks like a mock-up. And I don't have shine on this because this is not glossy paper. I use matte, but that's just how great. Back then, I wasn't using Honestly Speaking paper or Honestly Speaking ink, but I use pigment ink, and those are matte. It looks amazing. Okay, those are not mock-ups. I like to pat my little self on the back. All right. Same, y'all just saw that 2025, same exact shape. When did I introduce the, and I don't even know if I have the other fans on here. Okay, we're gonna go to this one. So this style right here, I've seen so many people recreate it. It's crazy. How many people have recreated this? And even trying to mimic these in the way that they did it. Yeah, I've seen that because this was very unique. It wasn't like straight across, like me having the big G, the little E, the big G, the big E, these are small in the middle, and then putting that, like seeing all these recreations. Some people say, "Oh, there's nothing on the sun." You did not come up with that. You saw mine and you recreated it. I don't mind. I just be in my rig. I'm like, oh, it's nice to know that I inspire people because I've seen these be attempted to be completely recreated. So yeah, I've been using these strengths forever. And this is how I present it to my customers. You get to pick 1 through 11. And if you want something different, you're going to pay me more for a custom design. But these are set up. I drag and drop. I change the name. Keep it moving, shawty. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, those are those. Okay. Thank you. She said those are cute. Thank you. You're very welcome. How big are those fans in size? We just talked about it. I all the ones that you saw there, those are all what's considered to be small. I don't have a set size. I max out 2 to 11 by 17 paper. As you see from those, I'm going to go back to them. They are all, now this one is a mock-up. They are all different shapes. So the sizing is going to be different on them because they are all different sizes. Actually, no, I meant to go back to this one. They're all different. When I have their picture, depends on their senior picture. I've had some where it's more of their chest showing. For some, it's less of their, their headshot showing. So it just depends. There is no set size. Once I design them and put them in, I size it at that point to fit on 11 by 17 paper. So I just said that. So someone asked, do you have Canva templates for drag and drop for sale? I don't do drag and drop. I don't provide like the templates and stuff like background designs and things where you can change the color. One of the things that I am doing, and I'm going to do that tonight. If you want to see the process and how it's done, if you're interested in selling like templates and things of that nature, in my creative lounge, I will be converting my silhouette. I design in Silhouette Studio. I will be converting my silhouette files into Canva files so that I can sell them because I didn't bother to do them. Like for me, it's easier in Silhouette Studio. Canva is a pain in the ASS to me for stuff like this. But I will be converting them. So by Sunday, a good number of them will be available in Canva form. My templates are 1365. Okay. Templates for me that you can edit and change, they are 1365 for one. Let's see here. Best printer for obituary printing, laser printers. Do not use inkjet. You'll be there forever and a day. Unless it's like personal use, you're really trying to just save some coins. You got a whole lot of time. You just want to get some ink. But if you're going to sell them to customers, unless you have 4 to 5 to 6 of the same type of inkjet printer and you have an assembly line going, you do not want to use inkjet printers. You want those printed with offset printers, digital printer press, which is still like a laser printer or toner printer. I also have to use off-brand ink to keep my black from bleeding no matter what settings I use with the manufacturer ink. Yes, because of most people, their photo black ink is really like, I don't know what they were doing to when they made up this photo black one. When you're using the third party, it's made differently and it's better, which is why most people will buy our black ink, our black pigment ink to fill up their cartridges. Like instead of buying, like let's say if you have like an Epson 8550 that has a dye base black and then they have a photo black, they will not buy the Epson photo black. There's a lot of people that buy our pigment ink black because that's essentially what that is. Photo black is pigment ink, but it's like they've been adding too much of the toner powder and it always like bleeds or it scratches off and things of that nature. So several people who have EcoTank printers, they buy our black pigment ink because the manufacturer one sucks. Let's see. I added 2 extra sticks to the back of the fan so it won't bend and look like so it won't bend, looks like a Y. So you put it in the middle. Yeah. So you create a boning or a ribbon. Yeah. So you can do it with the Y. You can do it where it's following the shape of it. I've done several classes and videos where I show like how I'm putting the sticks in the middle. But yes, that is a good practice so that you're creating a stronger fan. I will pay $13.65 because I know you did the work and it's formatted correctly. That's hello. As long as you know, baby, I format correctly. Okay. All right. I'm going to try and let me see if I can find one real quick so you can really see the difference between a large and this is why I'm a hoarder and I don't throw stuff away because they come in handy for classes sometimes. So there's going to be certain ones where when I do live my 17, because of how they are, they look really, really big no matter what. So like with this one, that sucker was huge on the Live My 17 because it's a narrow design. So with the height, this sucker was huge. But most times I'm printing 2 to a page, 2 to a page, 2 to a page. Okay. Where are all of my fans? This is a lot, but I don't have, I'm trying to find a small one. I have a small one like this so I can show you the difference. I've done videos where I've shown the difference between the small, but even if you just look at comparing these, small versus a large one. Now this one was done with sublimation where I laminated 11 by 17 paper first. I sublimated it and then I cut it. So this one, I don't often do that. I wanted to show that process because there are some people, they don't have a large format regular printer. They only have a large format sublimation printer. So with this one, the 11 by 17 is laminated. You have to be careful because it will curl, but that is laminated. And there's a certain way that you have to do it because of the registration marks. But it's laminated. It's subbed onto it. Well, you can do it. You can pre-cut it and then sub it, like tape it down, or you can do like the whole thing and like and do it that way. So it's a couple different ways that you can do this. But this one is sublimation. And then these are regular prints. That's why this one has so much glare because there's laminate on top of this one. But you can kind of see small versus large. Like this is maxed out to 11. And this was actually even bigger because I didn't have to worry about sublimation registration marks with this because it's just size. It's cut on regular cardstock so I can max it out. And then of course the print is maxed out as well, the summation print. And then I just put it on there, tape it down, and press it to it. So this is actually a little bit bigger than what my standard print and cut ones will be because I did not have the limitations of registration marks. You can print without registration marks, but you're not going to be able to cut it accurately. So if you're doing a print and cut and you want to print it and you want your machine to cut it, you have to have registration marks. Now, the only reason why this one I did not have to is because it's sublimation. So I laminated the cardstock. I cut that. So the red, like the outline for it, I cut it. And then when it comes to sublimation, I just print it. Then I take that print, put it on top, take the laminated cardstock, put it on top of the sublimation print, tape it down, and then I sublimate it. So I didn't need registration marks for this because it wasn't a print and cut. It was a print and press. If you're doing print and cut, you have to have registration marks. That's a really good question. I have a whole stack of fans and I don't see not a nary one of them. Because every fan that I make, I keep an extra of it. And I don't see none of them. Where are all of my fans? I don't see not a nary one. I don't know where they went. I've been doing this for so long. They probably in the garage because I've had several, like years and years and years of showing the exact same fans. So just none of them ain't in here right now. What printer do I use? So I still have Epson 7720s. You're not gonna be able to find that one. But I purchased a whole bunch of them. So I got 2 more backups of my 7720s. So that's what I use with Honestly Speaking pigment ink. And then even for my sublimation, I still use a 7720. So yeah, may not be helpful to you. You can't get that printer. I need to make a fan, but it just needs to be words. Can you show that one again? Which one? What? That one? Or without the picture, you mean? I don't think any of these had just words. These all had pictures on them. Yeah, these all had pictures on them. So I'm guessing you're talking about this one. Okay. Which colors I use it because of my 17? I have cameos, regular 12-inch cameos. With a 12-inch cameo, you can cut up to, like, you can print up to 12 by 24-inch paper, and you can still do a print and cut with it. So I use my cameos, 12 inches. I do not have the Cameo Pro. I would never, ever buy a Cameo Pro. I have a Caesar 24-inch one, but it's harder to use that one because it doesn't have a stand. I don't have anywhere to put it, and I don't do anything that's like just vinyl and I can use the roll holder. Like everything that I'm doing, I need space, and I don't have space for it. So that was just kind of a waste in getting that. And I didn't think about that ahead of time. It was like, I'm always trying to educate people when it comes to getting these printers, these cutting machines. Speak with someone. Be like, this is why you want to be in a community and in a program, in something where you can get feedback and you can get questions. Like when they come up for you and you're asking that in certain groups, you're going to get the right answer to like make the right decision. My Caesar 24-inch is like a big old paperweight now because I don't have the space to put it on this table was meant for it because I got it from Amazon. It's like it collapses and it's just enough space for it. But if I just put that there, then I don't have a workspace. So that particular one was too much for my needs and the spacing that I have. And it didn't really have a stand before. I think now they kind of have one. But for what I do, like I said, if I was doing print and cut, I'm printing to longer paper. So it would have to sit out very far from a wall in order for the mat to feed through, because I really don't I don't personally buy 12 by 12 mats. All the mats that I purchased are 12 by 24. And like it's the bigger ones. So my season one, like getting a 24-inch cutter for me wasn't worth it, except for like my rolling, or actually I have a 32 cutter. My what's the other one I have? Is it Vivore? One of them, but it's on its own stand. But I don't do print and cuts on that. My rolling does print and cuts, but it comes from a roll. I don't do it like on just regular sheets and with a mat, so it's different. She is a mother of 2 grads, and I want to make the mom a fan, but she doesn't. Yeah. So yeah, just do something that has just the year. We have this with 2026, and it just says grad. You can do it with like this was just the school's mascot. You don't even have to put names on the side. You can omit this part and then just put the school at the bottom. And it'll look more like, even though this one has a picture, it'll look more like this one where it's just the year. Don't worry about the picture. And it'll say grad, and then you can just put the school name here. So it'll be about this width. Let's see. Where am I missing any of the questions? Okay, there. My 7720 has been getting a lot of paper jams lately. I'm scared it's about to go. Ooh, yeah, that sucks when you get no matter what size paper you're using, you're getting the paper jams. How often do you clean out dust and take like the little blow inside of it? See, I maintain mine. Mine gets thorough, like they get, it's on a maintenance schedule for cleanings and blowing it out and making sure there's no paper and stuff in there, making sure there's not a lot of ink buildup on my gears. Like I take care of my babies because I don't want them to go out on me. So I do a lot of maintenance on mine. I treat my desktop printers like I treat my bigger printers, because when it comes to the bigger printers, you have scheduled maintenances that you have to do on the bigger printers. I treat my desktop ones the same way, and they get regular maintenance as well. I don't know why I'm blurry. I've probably been on here too long. All the kids are probably on the internet and it's probably acting crazy. So I don't know why I'm blurry. All right. We've been on here for 2.5 hours. Let's make it a cool 3 hours. If y'all have other questions, we can make it a cool 3 hours and I'll answer more questions. If not, we can hop off. Let me see. Somebody said I was blurry. Let me look at it on my phone. Oh Lord, look at how they caught me. It is. Oh, it's not blurry on my side. Okay, let's see here. I don't do much maintenance. I have to get better. Yeah, you have to take care of your printers. You have to do some type of maintenance on it to keep it going. Oh, I just saw this. Thank you so much, Miss Cora, for the 100 stars. I appreciate the support. Thank you for my 10 cents, because that's all I think we get like that from 100 of them. I think it's like 10 cents. Yeah, I think we get about 10 cents from the stars. I think it's like 1 cent. No. Or is it 1 cent for 100 stars? Somewhere in there, child. Either you just gave me a whole penny or you gave me a dime. One of those. Or it might be, is it $1? No, it's not $1. I think that's 10 cents. I don't think it's a penny for every star, because then that would be 100 pennies. That would be $1. I don't think is it $1? That might be $1. I said 10 cents. That might be $1. But then by the time they take their money, I think I'll probably get like 70 cents. Yeah, I think. Thank you for my 10 cent 1 cent or $1. Thank you for the support. So it'll be $1. It's a penny for every star, right? Is what that monetization is. Yeah, I think it's a penny for every star. So thank you for my $1. Okay, let's see. The next thing, I don't know, like, do y'all still do like, we can talk about sublimation, or we can talk about, where'd it go? Stickers and decals. What's the last topic y'all want to discuss? Oh, thank you so much for the 100 stars, Miss Loretta. I plan to go back and watch your old videos. Now I don't know how many you gonna watch, because the way I have unlisted a whole lot of stuff, I've unlisted a whole lot of things. So hopefully, if you want to learn silhouette, best place to do that is in our trainings, in our actual classes that breaks down Silhouette Studio and teaching you how to use it. And then we've like our design challenges. Also, it teaches you how to do like certain designs in Silhouette Studio. Our designing crash course, which is done in Silhouette Studio, highly recommend that. But a lot of things, like a couple years ago, I started doing mainly live videos. But then I realized, like, lately, YouTube or Google, they're not paying out as much for the live replays, and it wasn't going towards my watch hours. And I didn't realize that until I was looking at the analytics for 365 Creative Academy. I'm like, all these live videos that I've done, I see all these views, and the watch hours were not moving because I was trying to get that monetized. So I have been removing a lot of them because it's kind of just a waste. Like, people are watching it, but it's not benefiting me any. And then some of them I plan to just download them and re-upload them as regular videos so I can at least get the watch hours. But they've changed the way that they kind of pay out for live videos. So a lot of my lives, they come down. I work them back to private. You've never done sublimation. Well, if you've never done sublimation, I would not recommend going out to get a sublimation printer. If you are intrigued by what sublimation can do, I highly, highly recommend ordering prints from someone. If it's something small like tumblers, I guarantee that there is somebody local to you, even if it's not like they're not in the business of selling prints. You can probably get them to print you out a few and, come up with like some type of cost to get a few prints. There's companies like the Blank Spot that does actual printing services for sublimation. They'll do gang sheets, and they won't do like single sheets, but you can get gang sheets. But when it comes to tumblers, I do not like gang sheets. I like to print it directly to 8.5 by 11 or 8.5 by 14-inch paper, if that's what I have in there, because it's I just cut down one side. In the process for me doing my tumblers, I don't want to have to cut a bunch of stuff from gang sheets. So gang sheets, I'm never going to advocate for, because I just don't like how you make them. It might come out a little bit less in doing it that way, but for my process, it's a headache. So I don't personally advocate for using gang sheets for tumblers. I prefer to print it out directly to 8.5-inch wide paper. But they offer services where they do more so gang sheets. They don't really do individual sheets. Some of y'all don't realize, like, y'all have sublimation printers. There are some who want to get into it. Is it going to be something that you make a whole lot of money on? You can't be on there like, oh, well, I want to charge $10 for one sheet of dang on paper. No, be very, very reasonable with having print services if they just want to print. Now, if they're not local to you and they want to order, they want to ship it, yes, there will be times. So some of y'all price because y'all like, no one's going to pay this amount and they're going to pay more for shipping than the prints. I do it all the time. Okay. I do it all the time. I don't advertise on the site, But when people want it from, they'll come to me. They know they have it. They want that Honesty Speaking sublimation paper. They want that Honesty Speaking sublimation ink, and they will order just sheets from me. I have people that do it locally. They come, they send me their stuff ready to print. Now the stuff needs to be ready to print. I'm not resizing anything. I'm not verifying those sizes. However you send it to me is how it's going to print out. If it's the wrong size, they know you have to pay for the reprint. But my prices aren't like crazy. People here tell me all the time, girl, you ain't charging enough. You know, people charging $10. That's on them. It's my paper line. Like, I'm not going, like, I don't need to charge a crazy amount for a summation print. It came ready to print. I'm not doing anything other than opening the file and printing it out. But you'll be surprised. There's a lot of people that will pay for single sheet transfers. Y'all are sitting on money in that too, where you can act like when you're in these groups, the same people you're selling the templates to, you can be selling like your actual single sheet prints to them as well. Everybody isn't looking for wide format printing, where they're going to use it and they're going to finish it off themselves. So I would recommend getting sheets. You're going to create the design. You're going to submit it where it's ready to print. There's also some people that sell random sheets. So you don't have like, it's just a random design just that you can practice sublimating. So you'll get the blanks, which you can get from Amazon. All you need is an oven. I do not use a dedicated oven. I do not use a heat press. I put mine in a regular standard range oven, the same one that macaroni and cheese, turkeys, hams, I'm about to say collard greens are going down. Pizzas, whatever is going in that same oven. It's not toxic like people say. It's not gonna hop on your food. That's all. I have done so many videos on that, especially when you're using our paper. Our paper does not bleed, so it's not gassing out and getting on anything. And if it does, it's an oven. You're heating that up. So yeah, it's gonna burn off. You don't need any fancy equipment. If you're just trying to try out tumblers, all you're going to need is painter's tape, heat tape, the print, and the tumbler. It has to be a sublimation ready tumbler, and of course, scissors. And you can try them out before you go and invest in a printer. But there's so many things that you can do with sublimation. I mean, I make keychains, I make tumblers. We have done bags. We have done, I just did memorial ribbons. So there's a lot that you can do with sublimation, but don't feel like you have to run out and get it. If you already have a heat press or a heat source, order prints first and just order the blank items that you need and do it that way before you invest in a printer. Do I print sublimation prints? I do. I don't really advertise. Like, you can send a message or like call us, text us, or send a message, and we can go over that because it's not visible on our website, but we do sell the prints. How do you print larger prints on a smaller printer? So I'm not sure what you mean by how do you print larger prints on a smaller printer, because it's a smaller printer. So I'm guessing you're asking how do you do the larger projects in like the tape and tile. I'm guessing, let me know if that's what you're talking about, divine favor and grace. Are you wanting to more so know how can you do larger projects when you have a smaller printer? Because you can't make it print bigger than what it is. Let's see. Oh dang, I really thought me rewatching the videos helped. Nope, I've come to realize it does not. That's why I have to pull them down. And that's why, and I realize I haven't done a commercial break. I leave them up sometimes because I have links on there. I want people to, I don't mind people watching it. It doesn't help me any in just watching it. But when I'm doing it and people see the value that I have, if they go to our website, they purchase something, they get a class, they book a one-on-one, that is where I make money from. The videos themselves, no, not no more. Sorry, I'm working. Did I hear you say you can use your pigment ink? No, you cannot. You never heard me. Oh, the black ink. Yes. The black only. Where for the photo black reservoir, you can use our pigment ink for the photo black reservoir only. All the other colors, absolutely the heck not. Do not do that. What's the best way to word and list custom shirts when you're able to offer DTF, sublimation, and HTV? Would like to create a price list that's not overly wordy. Okay. So for me and how I do it, it's more so about what that result is. If they're looking for a colored cotton shirt, that's what that's going to more so be like advertised as when it comes to like the process. Like if they're looking for a colored a cotton shirt that has colors to it, then there are certain options for that. For me, that's DTG, DTF, and then there's HTV. HTV, if it's like for me, HTV is going to be for those one-offs. Like I'm trying, like I don't really have like it. You put custom shirts, and I put starting at, and that's going to be the lowest one. Or I'm going to put DTF, like I'll put, I'll put DTF. I'll put full color print because they want a full color. For me, that's only going to be DTF or it's going to be DTG. And in some cases, if the order is large enough, I can do screen print transfers. So that would be a full color shirt. And then once I know they want a full color, once we know the type of design and stuff that they want, that's how I determine what method to use for that particular order. Full color, but dry fit, moisture wicking is sublimation. So if somebody is looking for a dry fit shirt, but full color, the only option is sublimation. Well, you can put DTF on it, but that's more so about the shirt. You guys are trying to word it based off of the design versus the shirt itself. The shirt that they want determines the process. So if they're wanting a cotton or blended shirt that's colored, it's just a full color shirt. And then from there, we end up discussing the options. Sometimes, like, we also have to remember that for me, I'm going to just say for me, I have minimums for certain things. If somebody wants like a one-off, I don't DTF print where I have a small format DTF printer. There are some where they may have a large format, but they also have a small format printer, and they are okay with doing one-offs of DTF prints. And they're going to offer someone a shirt where they can order a single shirt. It's going to have a DTF print. Or somebody that's doing pre-made, pre-printed transfers, they can offer a one-off. I don't offer one-offs when it comes to DTF. DTF becomes my default option once you hit a certain threshold. I still use Jet Pro 3G. If you're wanting one shirt, I'm not about to go through the hassle of trying to set it up. I'm not trying to place it and fit it on a DTF gang sheet for me to send it out. Now I have to figure out how to do this just to send it, and I'm not wasting my money. I'm not doing all that. You are going to get a print and cut shirt, Jet Pro 3G. I'm not even turning on my Roland. I have a Roland where I can print not easy sub. What is that thing called? Easy print. But that takes forever to print. The process of when it starts and it has to purge the line. You think I'm going to waste ink for a one-off? No, you are getting a Jet Pro 3G print and cut shirt. Now, if they're like for people who are local to me that they say like they don't like that feel and maybe they want something else, you're going to pay more for it. Y'all, I don't know. I charge more when you want one of something. I don't know how y'all do stuff, but if you want one, I'm charging you more. You want two, I'm charging you more. Just how it works out. I don't play them games because now I got to do more work. It's going to cost me more in supplies to make you a one-off. I charge more, sometimes almost double for one-offs compared to when they're getting multiple of them. So full color is how I'm going to advertise it. Dry fit is another way. And then when it comes to HTV, like if it's like single color and it's a small amount of it, or they want glitter, because no other process will give you the color and shine of glitter unless you're using like the screen print glitter. And even that's not the same. But if I'm going to do screen print glitter, your minimum is going to be 50 shirts. So if you're wanting a single shirt with glitter, that means I have to use HTV. So I'm not necessarily like, it's just like the type of design. It's about the type of shirt you want. The only time it comes to like the material used is when it comes to glitter. If it is a single color shirt that is like a basic design, if they only, or not even say single color, let's say they want up to 3 colors, like I have to layer it. If they only want one shirt, the only option is HTV. Because again, I'm not wasting time for a DTF print because I don't have a small format DTF printer. I have to order gang sheets. I'm not ordering a DTF print for your one shirt that got 3 colors. You are going to get this layered HTV and you're going to pay a premium price for this layered HTV. I'm not doing DTF. Even if they wanted DTF, guess what? You still are going to pay a premium price because I'm not about to try, even if I figure out what else to put on there, that is true profit for me. You want this process, the minimum cost for a DTF print is $25 for 1 yard. You are about to pay that full $25 for that print. Whether I decide to put other stuff on there or not, you are going to pay that. And you're going to still pay for the regular price for the shirt for me to put it on there, and you're paying my design fee. So if you would like to pay $80 to $100 for one shirt because you want DTF on it, have at it. Boo, that's your money. That ain't none of my money. But if you don't want to pay that, this is the option for it. If you don't want this option, I can't help you. Y'all do this whole give the customer what they want. That don't work over here at HS Sync 365. I'm not stressing myself out to give you what you want because you want to be cheap. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Y'all need to learn it ain't the give them whatever they want. That's why y'all stressing yourself out. Y'all crazy. But as far as price list, I would say full color, dry fit. I call it spot color, or you'll do like single color shirt, 2 color shirt, 3 color shirt. And if you're doing singles and one-offs, you put that price. And then you need to figure out like, okay, let's say they're doing a single color shirt, but they have like, they want 25 of them. For me, it's going to automatically now default to screen print transfers. I have a separate listing for that. For the minimum for 25, there is a cost for that. So now we move into that range, and I have a price calculator that will tell them like how much it is per shirt. But I always have, like, you should have your a la carte starting price. And the more that they add to it, your prices will reflect that and like, and be able to adjust. But, price wise, y'all trying to do a price sheet. I don't really do price sheets like that. And even like with flyers and stuff, I put starting at, you'll never see the price. You're going to have to go to the website. Like my recommendation would be have them go to a website. I deal in true customs. So other than like my pre-done shirts, like our Black Pledge, our the Blueprint, our Florida HBCU shirt. So hold on, I'm going to show you. So I have what's called the Black Pledge. I have the Blueprint. I have our Be Advised, I'm an extraordinary Black girl, a Cocoa Queen. Like these are set designs and they have set prices. Our Florida HBCU shirt, they have set prices. So, and they're made with screen print transfers, but it's set prices for those because everybody's always going to be the same. It just depends on, like, the only thing that's different is like the color shirt that you might get. That is different because that is a product. This is a product. I can create a set price for this because it's going to either be this or it's going to be sublimation. These are products. When someone wants a custom shirt made, that is a service. I don't put prices for services on a website. When I'm advertising, it's starting at, but once we go and we discuss, or you send your information and I determine like what all you need, I'm going to send you a quote that's going to have this type of shirt. This is this, this is this. And you're going to get that and you're going to choose which one you want. I'm going to create the invoice. You send it. I send it. You pay it. That's how I do. That's how we do our business. If that is not what you're looking to do in your business, then we have to kind of sit down and figure out what works best for you. If you can't quite figure that out, book a one-on-one session and we can figure out what works best for your business. But I don't put prices for services on the website. I send customized invoices and carts. So do I refer to sublimation or DTF printed shirts as full color prints? But should I refer to vinyl? But should I refer to vinyl as HTV designs? It's the verbiage that makes me overthink. Your average customer is not going to know what HTV is. They're not going to know. Now, once I kind of explain it, okay. I know I said I'm open to answering anything, but there are certain things that are really proprietary to how I teach, and it's ears out there. People don't like to give credit and stuff like that. I will say this, because there are some people here who are in my creative business program. There is a play that I teach them to do so that when a customer has a question about things, they can direct them there. So I guess the free version of it would be have a description of these things. So once you're discussing it with them, you are able to explain at that point what each one of these methods is. Once you tell them, okay, I'm going to use this, because you can't just put HTV. The average consumer don't know what an HTV is. They don't know what a screen print is. They don't know what a DTF is. Sublimation for me is dry fit. So it'll be like a full color. I'm going to say full color because they can do a solid one color on a sublimation. So the main thing of that is the fact that it's a dry fit shirt. So it's a full color dry fit, or it can be a single color or whatever, but it's mainly advertising it as a dry fit or moisture wicking shirt. That is how I advertise sublimation. I don't say sublimation to customers. They don't know what the hell that means. If they wanted a full bleed or all over, even though I don't do them in-house, I still will advertise. Like, I'll ask them, are you looking for a center print or chest design? Or are you wanting the shirt where it has the design? It's a full coverage. It's a full bleed shirt. And once they say that, then I'll go now. Then I'll mention, okay, that will be our sublimation process. And I'll go to, they don't really care that I'm saying, I'm just saying it. They brush that off. They don't care about that. Okay, that's what I need. All right, cool. But the reason why I tell them that is because let's say they ordered a shirt from me like this and they want it on a gray. I only then say sublimation because I have to then explain you cannot get that, what you're asking for, on a gray cotton shirt. Because I've had people that will order something like this and now they want something that's a service and they want a customized shirt. But because they've purchased this from me before, or sometimes they will send me a shirt that they got from the store. I want something like this. I like the way this feels. Then I have to then explain to them, you cannot get an all over and full bleed shirt with this process. It is going to be heavy. It is going to drive you crazy. You're going to keep hearing this sound. So what I have to do is call sublimation. The back of it will be white. If you don't want white, we can flood the back with color. At some point, I guess I will try like the ones that have like the solid color on the back and the sleeves. But I'm like, if we end up doing it, it'll be a full, it'll look gray. The front will have a full design. The back will look gray, but it will not be cotton. You cannot, I don't like for what you want. This is the option. Ain't no other way around it. So if you're wanting it to look gray, we can make it look gray because we're now going to charge you to fully print the back and flood the back with gray. Full design on the front. The back will be flooded and just pressed with a solid gray or a solid black. That be y'all talking about some, oh my God, there's so much ink. It's the same amount of ink that's on the front. It's the same surface. It's just of one color. You're still charging the same amount. I don't understand y'all. Y'all be like, oh my God, that's a lot of ink for it to be one color. Huh? That makes no sense. But I've done that where I have sublimated the back in a solid pink, a solid blue. I've done a solid purple and a solid orange. They're going to get a dry fit shirt in order to get that full coverage. So that's another way that you can say it. Like if they're wanting a full bleed or a full coverage shirt, if they're describing that that's what they want, then the only option is sublimation. But you're describing it as a consumer. That's what they need to know, the verbiage as a consumer, not as a creator. Make sense? Exactly. I explained the options based on what their design or shirt preference is. Was wondering if I was working harder, not smarter, but I'm basically doing what you're saying. So where the work smarter, not harder part is how you're explaining it. If you have to explain it every single time because you don't have a system in place where you can send them that educational information, then you are working harder. But in that process of nope, you have to have something where either you're verbalizing it or you're sending them information and education on it. Yes, that is the way that I do it. I don't try to explain it in a flyer. I do appreciate the Jim of referring to the custom t-shirts as a service. Yes, it's not a product, it's a service. Okay, so let me see what was over here. Okay, so with you asking how to do, I'm not sure, hopefully you're still on Divine Favor and Grace. So it depends on what you're doing. Let's say something like a graduation stole. You don't have to print, cut, and tile. You can pre-tape. I say print, tape, and print, tile, and tape. Jesus. If you're doing something that's going to be long, if you're going to do a tie, if you're going to do a sock, you're going to do a graduation stole panel, you're going to do a sash, you're going to do dog collars, you're going to do large ribbons. You don't have to print and tile. Well, tile and print and then tape and do all that together. You can pre-tape several sheets together as long as whatever you're pressing to is within that width. If you only have an 8.5-inch wide printer, when you print out for your stoles, your ties, you might be able to fit more than one on there. But let's say like a stole, you are only going to be able to print one side, like one panel, but it prints all as one. Every single printer, not every single Epson printer, every single printer, y'all hear me? If you got an HP, you got a Canon, you have an Epson, you have a Brother. Every single standard printer prints up to 47 inches long. You can do small banners with your HP. You can do small banners with your Brother. You can do small banners with your Canon. Every last one of those printers prints up to 47 inches long. Okay? So that means you can print for a stole, which you'll need anywhere from 30 to 30, 32, 30, 30, no, 30 or 35, 36. You'll print that out. You'll pre-tape the sheets together, adjust your settings, feed it in. It's going to print it all out. Put your tie, put your ribbon, put your sash, put your stole, whatever it is, tape it down. You're going to press it in sections because your heat press is smaller. But now let's say you want to do a full shirt, which I don't ever recommend. I saw Miss Cora on here, baby. I had to get her. You taking an hour to do one shirt, ma'am, no ham, no Pam. If you don't order you some transfers, you can press it in sections. But if you don't order you some transfers, because all of this printing it out in single sheets, then you got to trim it down. Then you have to line it up and tape it. I'm never going. Some people, they have built their business off of it. They have made so much money because they're teaching the hack. They're telling people, oh, you can do all over shirts. Now, if you're doing it for your personal use, yes. People in business, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it because that mentality is, oh my God, this took me so much time. It took me so much work. I'm not getting paid enough. I want to charge $100 for these all over shirts because it took me so much time to do it. Because you're doing it the wrong way. You're doing it the hard way. Why should your customers suffer because you're doing a hack? And you're going to have those lines of demarcation. Even when you align it perfectly, there's the summation paper is there and you're putting pressure. There's going to be those lines of demarcation. But you want to charge customers more to give them an inferior product? Absolutely not. I'm never going to be, if I lose every single follower, because I'm not going to be that coach, that instructor that teaches you and encourages you for customers to tile and tape. Did I do the video? Yes. And I told you that was for your person. You want to try it out. You want to DIY it or whatever. But I'm never going to recommend. I've done it. I've done it for my kids, for breast cancer. I've made some for myself. So I'm going to be able to save some time. I got time. I'm not saving time. I'm saving some money. I'll do it. But I'm never going to sell that to a customer. Now, if you decide that you really want to, my recommendation is when you're tiling it, tile it in longer sections. So you're going to do a print that it might be 3 sheets that you pre-tape together. That will be one section. It's going to print all as one. And now when you do the next one, you just trim off that one side and you're taking that whole long print and lining it up. So you can either pre-tape it together or you can get what's called summation paper rolls. Now, it's more prevalent to, like, when it's not prevalent, it's more easier to find rolls. And we were the ones that spearheaded and the originators of having 8.5 inch wide. Nobody was selling 8.5 inch wide summation paper rolls before, honestly speaking. Now there are companies that will have it. I'm not sure if A-Sub has picked up, because A-Sub did have the 13 inch wide for the longest time. But, we were the ones that, brought it to market to have 8.5 inch wide summation paper rolls. So you can either do the roll or you can pre-tape them together. So then you're going to print it in long strips, and you have to tile it that way and split it up that way. And then just you have to trim off the edges so that you can line it up. And then you're going to line those up, tape it all together, and then press it. So that's how you would do larger prints with a smaller printer. You have to tie what's called tile and tape, or tape and tile. Okay. Okay, so with the current printer options for sublimation, which printer do you recommend? Epson SureColor F570, which is Epson's 24 inch printer, which will cost you, with extra ink, supplies, all that, you're probably looking at around like $3,000 total by the time you get everything. If you're looking for small format, Epson SureColor F170, which is the 8.5 inch wide one. Sawgrass 1000, Sawgrass 500. If you're looking for desktops, and then you can go into the big boys, the 36 inch, the 44, the 50, the 60, whatever. But I have no recommendation for any printer to convert. You will never hear any converted recommendations come out of my mouth, since there is no longer a true, like a good workforce printer to do it with. So I have no conversion options. Now it's time to go into true ones. Or you can even get the brother one. If you want 8.5-inch wide, you can go with the brother one as well. Renika says, I love my F-170. What class do you have that we would go over things like this? I need to get my pricing and systems together. I'm also looking to learn when outsourced methods is best. You need to be in the creative business program. Okay, I'm going to drop the link. But the creative business program, we meet on Thursdays. It's gonna before it was 7, I'm gonna move the time to 8. I think that just kind of works out better. I just have to rearrange my days and what I do with Zion Imani on those days. But the creative business program is going to be the best option for those types of questions and to get that type of help and support in real time. Now, if you just want something that you can watch and you're not committed to paying either monthly or annually, we do have some classes like our pricing for profit, our pricing therapy sessions, like, because it helps you with your toxic relationship with pricing. So you can, get those trainings, or you can get into the program where you'll have access to those, but you'll also have access to live trainings where we are actively teaching and going over these things. And you can get help based off of your situation, not just a class where it's like, okay, this is just the general information. What's your situation? What are your roadblocks? What's your bottlenecks? And how can you navigate around those? Really giving you the information to figure out your market. That's why you want to be in the room for the creative business program, okay? We have a few options, like a few ways that you can sign up. You can do month to month. When you do month to month, there's no obligation to stay in. You can come in, you can, hold on. You can try it out. After 1 month, it will just automatically remove you from the program. You will not have access to any playbacks or anything like that, okay? There's no commitment. You can try it out for a month to see if I am the right business consultant, business coach, business mentor, business professor, whatever you want to call it. You can try that out. That is the highest cost when you're doing month to month. That is the highest cost. You can choose to do monthly debits. That's going to be your midline cost when it comes to those. So you'll pay, I think it's like, I forget the amount. It's a one, like the first month, and then every month after that, I think it's like technically $10 less when you're doing that one, but it will automatically debit from your account every single month. So you are saving compared to the month to month. Oh, wait, I didn't put it over here. So let me do this. And no, not 8 a.m., 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is when we do the session on Thursdays. Because it was 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I do have some people that are in like on Pacific Standard Time. That's another reason why I need to adjust it. But yes, it is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. So that link right there is for the month to month. It'll take you straight to the payment for month to month. You can also do monthly. So here is the link. If you prefer to do monthly, this is the link for monthly. It'll automatically debit every single month. If you want to do annual, you're going to pay it one time to like for the annual fee, and I'll tell you what these costs are. I'm just going to put the links out there. If you want to do it one time for the annual fee, what did I just do with it? Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. Monthly. Wait, I don't see the. Oh, I think it's this one. I want to. This one might take you to. Why I don't see the. I don't see the one for annual. I see the buy now, pay later annual, but not the regular annual. Okay, I got to figure out where. I don't know where that link went. So this one right here is buy now, pay later, which means you can use Klarna, Afterpay, or Affirm to break up this payment. So you pay a little bit more because you are using buy now, pay later, but that's what that is. But then we also have an annual option where you pay that one time, like you pay it, and if you don't cancel it, it's going to renew the next year, but it's an automated like annual subscription. Or you can do in that, well, that's like you paying it one time. So you can technically pay it that one time and then go in and technically cancel your subscription, and then it won't debit again after 366 days. But if you don't, it'll debit again. But you're making a one-time payment. That's going to be the most cost-effective way when you break it down for being in the program for a year. That is the most cost-effective way. Was the least, like the lowest cost. All the others like a little bit more. But those are the options for the creative business program. Okay. Okay, wait. Over here. Okay, I got to go to my phone. Okay, why are you not? I'm going to teach that. Or I wish I'd have went straight to the 24-inch. Yeah, a lot of people. You have to think about the spacing for it, and make sure you have space. There is no cart for it, so you have to have a large enough table, and you have to have the space for it. If you can find one that's like on rollers where you can move it, move it around so it's not like taking up just so much space, but it doesn't have a cart. So you have to have a table, or you can get like the ones that you build, like the wire rack. It's like a wire ones, and they have on Amazon, and you can build that out and put it on there, because that's what we did with my 24-inch Canon. And then you have shelves to store blanks, to store paper, to store ink. So that has shelves to it, but you have to figure out where you're going to put it at first, because that thing is huge. It is a beast. Now, for everyone else, I know like when it comes to clicking on them, you may have to wait until the live video is over with in order to be able to click on it. All right, so I'm going to end off real quick because I made it to 3 hours, but because some of you guys I'm going through, and I do see that some of y'all said talk about the stickers. So we did a print and cut workshop. I use, again, Silhouette machines. But when it comes to making these, any cutter will work. You can use your Cricuts. The new Cricut Joy has print and cut. So if you just wanted to do like 8.5 sticker sheets and do these, you can use the new Cricut Joy, because that now has a print and cut feature. All of the Epson printers all of the Silhouette machines have print and cut options. So whether you have a Cameo 12-inch, Cameo 15, Cameo 24, if you have a Portrait 1, 2, 3, 4, Cameo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them have print and cut options. So just have to have those, and you can print with any printer. This is a matte sticker sheet, but this is also printed with pigment ink. That's why it's still so vibrant. If this was printed with dye ink, it wouldn't look this good. If you have a dye-based printer, meaning you're in your bottle, the ink, like look at the yellow ink. If that looks like food coloring, you have a dye-based printer. You're going to want to use any of the glossy sticker, what I'm going to say sticker paper. It's called vinyl sticker paper or vinyl sheets, the printable vinyl. It's not really printable vinyl. Y'all can see it rips. But you're going to want to use that if you have a dye-based printer. So any of the Epson EcoTank printers, if you don't have a 16600 or 16650, you have a dye-based printer. Even the 8550 is a dye-based printer. You're not going to get as vibrant as colors as this with a dye-based printer because it is going to suck up that ink. It's not sitting on top. Pigment ink sits on top. But this one, you can. This is still pigment ink, but you can print these with a dye-based printer. And you're going to do print and cut. Whether you choose plastic cups or styrofoam cups. Oh, I see them. Hold on. It fell. Ow, my ankle hurts. Okay. So these are full bleed, like full wraps. And this will also show you the difference in dye and pigment. This is a matte sticker paper. This is pigment ink. Move it away from the harsh, the light. This is pigment ink. Y'all see that black is black, and this is honestly speaking pigment ink from an Epson 7720. I need to print this from my Canon because I have a Canon pigment ink printer as well. But this is pigment ink. This is the exact same sticker sheet. The same one that is, where's the Ninja? Where the Ninja Turtle one? Oh. See this? See how bright and vibrant that is? This and this, same sticker sheet. So is this. This is printed with a dye-based printer. See the difference? The dye is going to suck that ink up. And then the black be looking weird. When I have to refill my Canon one, this will be the only time that I put pigment ink in it. I'm going to put pigment ink in my Canon printer for the black reservoir because I can't stand the way that the black looks. The dye ink black drives me crazy. So I'm going to mix some pigment ink. Well, I'm not saying mix, but when it runs out, I'm putting pigment ink in there because I'm sick of it. But y'all see the difference in that color? Same exact paper. This is glossy from a pigment ink printer. Not bad, but when you're looking at this one, you can see, okay, hold on, let's see. I'm gonna put it in the right spot for you to see like the glare. So this is kind of mattified a little bit. When you're looking at the sheen on this one, it's more because this is dye-based ink. That sheen still shows through. This one is slightly mattified, but it's still glossy, but you can't really see it as much. The issue, however, I don't know how many months ago I printed these because the video's out there somewhere. Look at what happens with the dye-based one. Do y'all see how that color bled? Look inside the white. Look around the C. You don't see that here. Dye-based ink bleeds. even if it looks good when you first get it. So when you're doing something like they're disposable cups, they're never going to notice that and see that because they're just going to throw it out. So you can definitely use the dye-based ink for disposable cups. It's not meant to be a keepsake. Anything that's long term, you don't want to use the dye-based ink on these sticker sheets because they will bleed over time. You can see all around the letters, but if you look at this one, there's no, and they were printed the exact same day. So long-term dye-based inks don't do well when you have like white areas because they're going to bleed. Like you're just doing like this one right here. Well, at least on the sticker paper, photo paper, it's going to be locked in. Color lock paper is going to be locked in. But for those vinyl sticker sheets, I don't care what brand it is going to start to do this. Matte on a styrofoam, glossy on styrofoam. Matte. You see that, like when I'm going to take pictures, I love matte. Little pro tip. Even if I do glossy stickers, like decals for my customers, when I want to take pictures, when I'm doing marketing pictures, I print them on matte so that I can take pictures without the glare. But I did sell it to them in matte, in glossy, but I take pictures with matte. So full wrap matte, pigment ink. Matte, glossy. Matte, glossy. And then this one is just glossy. There is no set size. Now, when it comes to doing these, if you want to maximize the number of prints that you can fit on one sheet, well, I would say with me using a Silhouette Cameo and having more space for print and cut, it's going to be more like important to like figure out that size for a Cricut because you're really limited on size. But I think actually when you put more than one on there, you actually get a little bit more room. You really only have that strict warning sign thing, like that thing, when it's one single image. But if you have a smaller one and you're filling the page, like and you're doing a print cut, it's going to fill the page for you. It's going to maximize it, and you actually get more surface space when you're filling the page with like the size prints. But how many it will fit on there determines on the size. So you can go top to bottom once you measure. These are 16-ounce cups. They have the 20-ounce too. So you can do something that goes right from the top to the bottom, like under the lip, and then right before it kind of breaks right here. You can go full, but that's going to limit how many fits on a sheet. When I'm selling these, I sell them by the sheet for the stickers. Even when I'm pricing it, I have mine broken up into like how I build out my prices. I look at every single step. So depending on how many you want, it's going to depend on how many fits on a sheet. Because I'm going to have styrofoam cups left over. I can't go off of just the cups because I'm going to buy them in bulk, or I'm going to probably have a bunch of them left over. But I'm going to go based off of the print and how big you want them. Well, the sticker sheet costs the same amount no matter how many are on there. Now, if it's at a size where, let's say, I can fit 9, but at this size, I can only fit 6, or I can only fit 4, and I can fit 6 this way. Well, that means the one that I can only fit 4, you now require more sheets to complete your order. But if you're okay with a smaller size, you're able to get it for less because it's less sheets. The cup is the cup, no matter if you're doing it big or if you're doing it small. The cup is the cup. But now you have to do more sheets, and it's going to take up more time if I have to do more sheets. So the cost becomes different when you're doing the sizes. Like if they want top to bottom, it's for me, it's a different cost than if they're doing what I call like a center print for a sticker. Doesn't look bad in having it this way, but these two are not created equal. I'm not selling this or this for the same price as this, and this for the same price as that. Makes sense? So center prints versus full bleed, full stretch, whatever. So I never thought about charging by the sheet. Most people, I keep trying to tell y'all, no one teaches like me. Okay. I know business. I give you concepts and things like to consider when it comes to business, not just as a crafter, just doing some things just to do it, just to make a quick buck. I study business. I've been on the inside of businesses where seeing the differences. And always, like I've said before, my sister's dad, which I can't really call my stepdad more because I won't broke up with him. But like one of the things that he said was, and I learned from him because he does like air conditioning services. And it's like, I'll give you what you want to pay this amount. I'm going to give you this amount of service. I'm not going to discount. I'm not going to give you my top tier. And this is what your budget is. So if you got to keep doing patch jobs and little things here and there, if this is all you can afford, this is what you will get. You'll be back. But I've worked in so many industries where I really have seen business from the inside and understand profit margins and understanding how to properly price, to not burn yourself out, to have different offerings. I'm a very unique experience when you're learning business from me, especially in this creative business space. I feel like people don't appreciate it, which is why I'm trying to dip out and teach business on a more broader level, because y'all crafters like the quick buck talking people instead of really learning business. There's a lot of gems. There's a lot of things that I promise you, you're not going to think of until you're really in one of my classes and really in one of my programs where I can really break it down. Because I don't give all the juice. I might be on these lives for 3 hours, and you might think, "Oh, we getting her all. Oh my God, these are." It's a different experience to be in one of my programs because I drop the good. Okay, the good. But no, y'all don't think about selling out of sheets because all other folks, they don't teach that. They don't talk about that. They don't teach real business. I teach real business. How much do you sell those sticker sheets for? I may purchase, even if I tell you how much I sell them for, if you go out and you're getting your sticker sheets and you're not buying them like me, you might feel like, oh my God, that's too low. But my overhead, my cost for them is different because I'm going to buy in bulk. I am getting my sheets for less than what you might pay for it, like what you're paying retail. When it comes to the ink, it's my ink. I'm getting it for basically, like when I'm putting it in, I'm not basing off of me buying it from someone. It's pennies, half a pennies for me to be able to print because it's my brand of ink. So mine is a little bit different. I will say, like, I've gotten this stuff and I've seen the thing like, oh, I'm trying to undercut people, but it's no, I have a certain profit margin, and I I could charge what like other people charge for theirs, and I'm going to instantly increase my profit margins, but I'm okay with my profit margin. So it might seem low for how much I'm charging for it, but my costs differ from yours because one, I am the ink company and it's my ink. So I'm getting it for dirt cheap because I have the actual manufacturer cost for me when I'm doing it. I'm not paying retail costs for ink. and I'm buying my sticker sheets in bulk as well. So my cost is going to be a little bit different. It's not including the setup fee, not including the design fee. So just the cost for the sheet, it is $365 or $330 or $365. Like, it just depends, because all of our prices include $365 or $563. Like, it's $365 forwards, backwards, or it has a number 30, because those are our brand numbers based on our summation paper. So some of them are $365. There is a sheet that's $563, and there's one that's $330. To some, it might seem low, but that's just for printing and cutting it. Setup fee, it does not include setup fee, it does not include design fee. That is to be able to have that sheet printed and cut. If it comes to me ready to print and cut, I don't have anything to set up. It's just going to be print. I set up the cut lines. You're going to pay $365, $563, or $330, depending on the quality and like the intricacy of it. Because if you have like ones that have a lot of internal designs, that it's a little bit different with cutting those out. And how I have to then set that up a certain way to be able to cut in your inside, unless you're sending me like the exact silhouette file, which I have had some, for lack of better words, crafters send me like ready to go silhouette files where they've already accounted for the inner pieces, or they have their outlines and stuff like that. If it's really thin, intricate pieces, I have to handle them a little bit differently. So if I'm printing from just a standard printer, the most you're going to pay is like $563 a sheet. That's for print and cut, not just, if it's just printing, it's a different cost for that. But if it's print and cut, that's the cost. Because there are some people that they don't have a printer, their printer goes down, but they have a cutting machine. So I have done them as low as $1.50 for just for me to print it out for you. And they come pick them up and they cut them themselves. And then if I have to use the roll-in, it's a certain minimum, and it is a different cost for the roll-in. She said, Professor gives us a short lesson on inks, pigment, dye. Okay. Only reason I'm going to do that is because I have a set of ink sitting right here. Okay. All right. Oh, I lied. Okay, well, I have this one. I don't have any. Okay, no, I do have. Okay, kind of sort of that one. And then I mean, I can still use this one, but I don't have a yellow. Oh, yes, I do. Yep, I do have one. Okay. I love your ink. Thank you, Lisa. All right, here's how ink works. There are several types of ink, okay? When it comes to your standard desktop printers, you're going to have dye-based ink. Well, and these are inkjets. People be like, oh, it's a sublimation printer or it's an inkjet printer. Your sublimation printer is an inkjet printer as well. Inkjet is the fact that it uses ink and how it outputs ink. So they're all inkjets. So you're going to have inkjet printers. You will have toner or laser printers. That's like the same thing as how it works. You have thermal printers. And you have offset printing. Okay. Y'all know, none of y'all even need to know about offset printing because it's big machines. But you might experience toner printer because you'll have a laser printer. You might experience thermal printer because you have like a Dymo, a Rolo, like all of those, like your shipping labels. There's no color whatsoever when it comes to those. It's thermal ink on special paper. It's always going to be black. But if it gets heated up, baby, that print is gone. It's like your receipt paper when you're printing your receipts. It comes out so fast because that's thermal. But as far as like printing out things like stickers and decals, you're going to typically deal with inkjet printers or toner, laser printers. When it comes to inkjet printers, there's a lot of inks. You have dye inks. You have pigment inks. You have sublimation ink. You have DTF ink. You have DTG. You have eco solvent. You have solvent. You have latex. I think I named all of them. Yeah. And then when it comes to sublimation, you have water-based sublimation. You have gel-based sublimation. Eco solvent and solvent, these are oil-based inks. So there's gel-based inks, there's water-based inks, there's oil-based inks. See why that's, when it comes to printing and inks, I geek out. I've done full sessions. I dare you to find another instructor that knows all of the different types of inks and can break them down for you. And they all provide different, like, it's pros and cons to them, and they provide different finishes and things of that nature. But for you guys, typically, you're going to deal with pigment and dye unless you get a Roland BN20, or you're going to get like a Mamaki, because even some of the big format Epson ones and like the Canon printer, the one that they use at Staples, the one that they use at Walgreens, that Canon printer is a pigment ink printer. That they can print glossy posters, but when it comes to adhesives, they don't do glossy, because with the glossy, it's really hard to find like the sticker sheets on a roll. When we're printing them out, you have to have a solvent, eco solvent, or latex to print to real cast vinyl, printable vinyl, real printable vinyl, car wraps, all of that. You can never print that on a pigment ink printer. You can never print that on a dye-based printer. It requires solvent, eco solvent, or latex printing, which requires dryers, and it is oil-based ink. Okay, that's the big boys. Desktop ones, it is going to be dye-based ink or pigment. When you're looking at, okay, if you've ever converted a printer and you needed help from Epson, and the first thing they do is say, take a picture of your window. This is the reason why Epson pushes EcoTank printers. It's so weird to me that they downplay their own printers to build up EcoTanks. If that's the case, stop selling cartridge base. They got Shaq saying cartridge is bad, ew, get you an EcoTank. Yet you still continue to manufacture cartridge-based printers, Epson. Make it make sense. That's the reason why I stopped trusting Epson, because the fact that you're going to go and say cartridge is bad, but you still make cartridge-based printers, that don't make any sense to me. And I lost a little bit of respect for them when it comes to regular printers, so I moved over to Canon. Okay, but the when they tell you take the picture, what they're looking to see is if they see any color. Because when you put the dye-based ink inside of there, in that window, it looks dark as dark can be. You cannot really tell what color is which when you're looking through that window. If you have a regular Epson printer that you put the Epson ink from the box, and you also have a sublimation, look at the window. If you can see color, it is pigment ink or sublimation. So when they ask you to take a picture of your tank, like the window, and send it to them, that's how they are that disqualifying you, your warranty is voided. Because if they can see yellow, that means you have a non-dye-based ink in there. You have voided your warranty. Because dye-based inks are dark. This is magenta. That might as well be black. Now, when you tilt it to the light, you can see the residue and it looks magenta up here, but the ink itself is very, very dark. Same thing with cyan. That might as well be black. Now, I couldn't find my yellow one where it's like a full one, but I was hoping it was one over there, but I don't see it. But with the yellow one, it's like food coloring. See, here it looks kind of light, but this is yellow, but in here it looks orange. When you put it inside the window, because that is dark, it still looks dark, but dye ink looks orange. It looks like food coloring. Okay. But now when you move over to pigment ink, it's the true color. This is Canon for my pigment ink printer. This is Canon for my dye-based printer. You see the difference in those colors? This looks like a sunshine yellow. Even though you can't see it, they are about the same color because this is pigment ink. This is pigment ink. This is pigment ink. See how bright that color is? Oh, wait, here's a better one. This is an Epson one. This is a Canon one. Both of them are still dark. Look at the pigment. Cyan. It's a bright blue, cobalt blue almost. This looks black. Dye-based ink is all liquid pretty much. It is going to absorb into the paper. The paper is going to suck it up. So it's sitting underneath the light. It's really in the paper. So your colors become duller when that happens. Pigment ink is made with toner powder, like infused in it. And so because of the toner, just like a laser printer completely sits on top of the surface. It does not penetrate it. It does not go into the paper. It's sitting on top. Pigment ink is an inkjet version of that, but because it has those toner particles in it, it's not penetrating the paper. It's not going through the paper. It's sitting on top, which is why when you have pigment ink or photo black ink for some of these printers and you print on glossy paper where they specifically state don't use pigment ink printer because they have a different type of coating for the average like pigment ink printer, like really photo one, you print and you scratch, it will literally come off and you're going to see the white paper underneath because you can literally scratch it off. Certain ones, even if you're putting on matte, you move your hand across and it will, what's what I'm looking for? It will smear and you'll have black ink on your hands. But some of them, you scratch it, it's going to come right off. You have to let it, like some of those, like you can get it to not scratch as much, but you have to wait. You have to let it cure and not just sit out overnight in like the air. You have to heat set that thing. So sometimes I'll put it underneath my heat press to heat set it to keep it from scratching off so much, you know, when things rub up against it. If I'm printing out, especially if I'm printing out like menus and stuff that have like a lot of black from the pigment ink ones, I have like on the koala paper, I have to heat set it to keep it from scratching. You can't just let it sit out because that's never going to fully cure it. But it sits on top. So that's why when you're printing on, even on matte paper, you're getting like the white becomes just a backing to make it opaque. Because all ink, every single last ink, I don't care if it's eco solvent, solvent, latex, DTF, DTG, dye ink, pigment ink, it's all translucent. DTF and DTG, you're able to see it because they're putting a base of white. If you have a white toner, it's putting white toner down, and then put even laser toner is translucent. It needs that white layer to make it opaque. Every single ink except for screen print, plastisol ink, it's all opaque. Okay. So you need that white underneath. With toner and pigment, that white is just creating opacity. It's sitting on top. The color will look amazing because you have this really pigmented ink. Think about makeup, and they'll talk about, oh, this is great pigmentation. That means great color, as long as it's not watered down. You want to get good quality ink. But now you're putting this really good quality ink on white paper, and it is making it a lot brighter because it's sitting on top. It did not seep in and actually dye the paper. It didn't go into the fibers of the paper. Dye ink goes into the fibers of it, so the color dulls out a little bit on matte. Glossy paper is coated. That's what makes it glossy. So when you print on glossy paper with a dye-based printer, it still looks great because of that gloss, because of that coating that's on it. Now, there are papers that are called color lock. HP has a color lock paper. It is matte. You can print with a dye-based printer on that paper, and oh my God, the colors are absolutely amazing. The paper's expensive. Oh, shoot. I just told y'all one of my papers. I didn't mean to do that. It's not, I mean, it's out there, it's not a secret, but as far as it being recognition, I just realized I just gave y'all one of the papers. But anywho, HP color lock paper. My God, on today. No matter what printer you have, that paper is the bomb.com. If you want to use matte to not have that glare, I mean, of course you will have to glue it or whatever, but my God, my God, my God, my God. Oh, that paper is amazing. It is amazing. It's called Color Lock. It has a coating to keep the dyed ink from being sucked up into the paper. And a lot of it sits more to the surface, and it's also waterproof. Because if you just print dye ink to regular paper and you put water on it, it's going to bleed. But that Color Lock paper, my God, my God, my God. But yeah, that's your short lesson on inks, and I mistakenly told y'all one of my favorite papers. So I can have several 8550s with a different ink in each. What do you mean different ink? So you cannot put, you cannot put pigment ink in an 8550. An 8550 is a dye-based printer. If you put pigment ink in a dye-based printer, your colors are going to be off because it is designed to process the dark ink to give you a bright pink. It's the way the firmware is set up and how it's going to process a dark ink but still give you a bright pink. Oh, that rhymed. Because ink and pink. But if you put a bright pink, that's something that's already bright in there, because of how it's going to output the colors, your colors are going to be off. Your colors will actually be darker. It is crazy. You're putting in a brighter ink, but your colors will be darker than with the pigment ink. So no, you cannot put different inks in there. You need to have a dye one. Now, there are some people, when they wanted to do the fake eco solvent, they put the water-based eco solvent in the dye-based printers because the water-based eco solvent is a darker color. It worked out, and you're getting like accurate, you're getting okay colors. A lot of them colors were still washed out. Well, if they put it in a pigment ink printer, it was washed out. If you put it in a dye-based printer, it worked out great, but you can only print to printable transfers for colors. You still can't print like this right here. This is not printed on my desktop printer. This is printable vinyl. This is printed with my rolling. The way that these colors are, a desktop could never. The way that this comes out, because this is eco-solvent ink. So this is different than, and so with like printing on this for, this is what I use like for shot glasses or like anything that's glass, I print on this. If it's a disposable cup, I'm just using the little fake vinyl sheets and regular printers. But whenever I'm doing like permanent, like hard plastic tumblers, if I'm doing glass, if I'm doing shot glasses for my clients, I print out on these, like with this one. You can't send this through a regular printer, even if you have the water-based eco-solvent ink, it's going to smear. Man, why is this? I'm way back on this video. Jesus. Okay. Now I've been up. Y'all decide y'all want to, 4 hours. Y'all want to bless your girl. It's HS Sync 365, on Cash App. Just so you know, y'all decide to be nice. Buy me some coffee or something. Buy me a little Chick-fil-A for spending all this time teaching and educating you like no one ever does. It's HS Inc. HSINK 36, the number 3, the number 6, number 5. You want to send a little Cash App me, but it's not required. But all right, we are now at 4 hours. It's been real. I got to go feed my children. Well, luckily they did eat, but I'm pretty. Donnie Monty will survive off of cereal, but I'm hungry too. So I'm about to go figure out what I'm going to eat. I will be spending the evening converting my silhouette. What's these things called? My silhouette templates into Photoshop and Canva. Lost my whole train of thought. Into Canva templates. So you can join for a month for Creative Lounge. If you want to see that, I'll be doing that today, tomorrow, and most likely Sunday, so that I can have these templates for folks who keep bothering me saying, are you going to have Canva ones? I'm going to finally make them into Canva templates, starting with some of the grad stuff and in these boxes. Like these, people kept asking about the display boxes, the Foamboard boxes. So I need to make these where you can design and do them in the Canvas. The Canva. Lord, I just said Canva is like how y'all be doing it in Canva. So if you want to see that and see that whole process and ask questions, you'll be able to have access to the replays. It'll probably help you when it comes to your digital products. You can come join us. I'm going to send out an email to everybody that has a account on our Academy site and invite you to enroll in the Creative Lounge. And I will be live after I eat. So I'm going to send the email out. So I'll probably start around like 7:30ish, 8 o'clock, where I'm going to start doing them. And then tomorrow I'll spend a full day doing them to try and get as many done as possible. So if you want to see that, even if you can't attend, if you want to just have access and be able to watch the playback, if you just sign up for a month, hey, you can watch them and binge watch them for a month. Yeah, I'm about to go find me something to eat. Until next time, have a great one. Continue to unlock your creativity. Oh, wait, I'm telling y'all that, but I never dropped the link for it. My bad. Oh, hold on. It's 2 things. I was supposed to show you because I did not tell y'all the actual price. So here is the Creative Lounge. And then Oh, there's the, I knew I had one for annual. Okay, this is the annual link. I'm like, yeah, don't disappeared on me. That's for a creative business though. And then let me go to actually no, that yeah, it says I'm already enrolled. So let's go to dang it. Okay. Bring this over here. Bring that. And then the lounge. So your options are $43.65 for the first payment and then $53.65 onward. So you get to try it out for a month, and then if you decide to say it's going to charge you, actually it's 10. So I said the opposite way. So it's a little bit more. It's $53.65 per month. Buy now, pay later is $643.65. 1 year access is $593.65. If you do month to month, then it is $63.65. Okay. And so that's the price for that. And then for Creative Lounge, it is, yeah, this is the one that was backwards because it's so much more stuff in this. This is $45.63 for the first payment because there's a lot more in there, which actually the creative business one actually needs to change because we've done one full session, like one full cycle now, or 2 full cycles. So that price actually needs to change. And then you can do $36.55 month to month, $265.63 for the full year. We're going to start to do more scheduled things in there. Y'all just need to show up. There's a quarter option, and then there is monthly, month to month, 1 year, quarter to quarter. So for 3 months. All right. So that's that. Are the replays for creative business uploaded? I didn't see last month's posted. So we just kind of kicked off. The first one we did, the second one, there technically wasn't a replay for it, and then we didn't have a session. Let me see. No, so there's 2 of them that should be on there. No, the first one is on there. The second one, I hadn't broken it down because I made a mistake and skipped hitting record. And so I have to go through the playback and put that one up. Then we didn't have a session at the end of March. And so we had a session yesterday, and that was the one that was technically open to everyone, was the growth one. And that was way longer than I thought I wanted it to be. So it's taking me a minute to go through that one. So by Sunday, that playback should be up. But the ones from the beginning of the month, last month, should be there. I'll go back and I'll check. So, all right. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I was like, wait, what is that? But I forgot. I moved the other ones off the screen. All right, y'all. I am out of here. I am hungry. Until next time, have a great one. Continue to unlock your creativity and be incredible. This time I'm going to remember to actually end the live.